Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final session of Flight Team D&D for round three. This is going to be the end of the adventure we're calling at the Mansion of Madness, and I am joined with my remaining three players out of four after our tragic ending last week. Just to reintroduce yourselves, starting with Oban, you want to give your streamer name, your character name, and your class and race.
Sure. So I am Maester Oben. My character is Zaladar Newt, who is a Loxodon cleric.
Beautiful, beautiful. Panda?
I am the Texan Panda. I am playing a half-elf rogue named Pandalore.
Alright. And finally, Kitsu.
I am Kitsu Soba. I am playing Scratch on Wood, who is a Tabaxi cleric rogue hybrid.
So good, so good, so beautiful. Just a quick recap. Last week, this adventure started with there were originally 4 adventurers in this party, including our good friend Tucker Wins, who is playing Lynn, the elf fighter. They were given a mission from Laxum to go to the almost new city of Lone Pine to solve the mysterious disappearance of the Greenworths and what happened to them. Throughout their investigation, they found out that the Greenworths had gotten a new groundskeeper about 6 months ago, that there was kind of a rash of missing cases going on for a little bit, and that through their intense conversation with Herb the Hermit, they found out that Paul Newberry, the new groundskeeper, is actually Joseph Hart, the last remaining member of the Hart family, one of the forefathers of this town, who was thought to have died in a fire almost more than 100 years ago, who is still there, looking real spry, and might be up to some shenanigans. We'll see. We ended with a fight between our party and these hounds from basically hell, and in the combat, Lynn tragically lost their life, and we are going to go ahead and pick up where we left off with... It is early morning. The sun is not rising just yet, but you can tell you have gone past midnight. You have just discovered Lynn's body with the message, "I will see you tomorrow at the mansion." You are tired, you're wounded, and now you're a little bit broken. What is going through your heads as you look at this scene?
So, top of the list of things I don't want to do is go to the mansion. Don't know how y'all are thinking.
I don't know what did this to Lynn, but I know we're in no condition to visit the mansion and face whatever that was at the moment.
We hardly knew him.
You all
Maybe we
did
should-
travel together. You at least spent a good week getting to know him, I'd say. Maybe a little bit longer.
We hardly knew him.
Didn't know a damn thing.
Even as Elm is our main sort of point of contact in this place, we might want to go to speak to him and inform him of what's gone on so far.
He may have been new in our lives, but I'll carry the weight of his death forever.
Do y'all think we're gonna have to do paperwork when we get back to the guild?
So much paperwork. You have no idea. Clerics letting somebody wander off and die? It's not good.
Maybe
So-
we go to the mansion.
Maybe we rest first and take care of ourselves first.
Uh,
Don't know about you, but I could do with a rest.
A rest would be nice.
y'all think Gordon's home's available?
I tried
Yeah.
to look. Is Gordon's home still on fire?
Gordon's house is still on fire.
Is there
Still
anything
being warm.
around that we can help that situation?
Do you have, an abundant source of water?
That's what I'm wondering. Is there like
There's a well. There are wells
Yeah.
around the city, so you could, create a fire brigade.
Gordon left, right?
Yeah, Gordon left after you promised him that you would fix his home after what you did.
Yeah. Like how big is the fire though?
It's not too bad, but it was a fireball spell you cast, so a good it's not like the house itself is fully on fire, but a good front portion of the house is just on fire.
if we
from
can
being in
put
the
it out.
radius of this spell.
Yeah, if we can put it out. I'd like to do that.
Okay, you will be spending a good couple hours just getting townspeople together, trying to line it up like buckets of water, trying to help Gordon just get this fire doused.
You made it seem smaller. This is going to be an hour's ordeal.
I mean, you do
it'll
know
probably-
I'm not gonna say the well is Are you gonna do you want to do this by yourself and just start running back?
We'll just come back and rebuild at some point.
We'll just let it
Sure.
burn down first. It's fine.
I mean, he didn't care. He ran off.
Anybody have a
Maybe we-
spell or two?
Maybe we should call fire out really loudly so people will come and deal with this whilst we go off somewhere else.
Can we lay on hands the wall?
I don't
Gonna
think
take
any of
more
you
than
have
one
lay
man's
on
spells.
hands.
I can cast fireball.
We noticed.
I am really good at fire.
Or perhaps Scorching Ray could help, or Flaming Sphere.
You know what? Throw a
That's-
flame wall at me just for the hell of it
Yeah.
at this point.
Nope. Yeah,
How
so
long would it take to mend the house?
Using a mending cantrip to mend the house?
Yeah. Yeah.
Zal, do you have a mending cantrip?
Yes.
You do?
And so
If
do I.
you guys take a long rest and you are serious about fixing his house and you want to use mending to do it, I will let you do that even though that cantrip is not big enough. But I will only let you do it if you burn 1 3rd level spell slot. After you're resting.
We can do that after we've gone to the mansion, right? Yeah. If any of us survive.
So you know what? We'll do the mission first, then come back and deal with this mess.
I said I would fix it. I didn't say when.
That is a very good distinction. That's a very good distinction. Well, if you guys are looking for a place to stay, Lisa did offer rooms that are on the 2nd floor of the tavern. That kind of doubles as an inn. So if you want to head there, you would be able to probably acquire a room.
Yep.
All right. It is almost the last call by the time you get there. So Lisa is still there, even though the bar is just a little bit dead and people are making their way out. As you enter in, Lisa's just there cleaning a gas, just like, oh, hey, rooms?
Yes, please.
So you'll need 4?
Regrettably, we will need only 3.
Oh, the other guy left already?
He is no longer with us.
He departed early.
Oh,
You
well,
know,
alright.
some things to do, some business. Dogs
Oh.
to feed.
Man, you hate when people just flake on a group like that. You know, you're in the middle of something and then you think that you have something more important to do. That's just so rude. Anyway, so she slides you 3 keys. It's just it's like you guys can pay when you leave in the morning. You need anything?
Thank you.
Water? Food? More milk?
Warm milk doesn't sound too bad.
Oh, all right. I'll get
Scratch
that.
just goes up to find the room.
All right, I'll get that. I'll get that delivered to you in the next I'll give you about 15 minutes.
Do you have any mead?
I can just slide that over. There you go. Just gives you the rest of a bottle she was about to put away. It's just like, there you go. I mean, I'm sure that's enough for you.
I find mead is often sweet enough to quench the sour experience of life.
Hey man, it's late. That's a lot to unpack for me right now. But I'm sure after a night's rest, you'll feel better.
At the light of the thunder.
All right, cool. And so you guys make your way up to your rooms, and so they are 3 separate rooms. So you already got your drinks all, so you have yours just ready. You're drinking your mead. Scratch, you're able to just start decompressing and whatever you do before you go to bed. I don't want to assume what Scratch has on their docket. It's Panda. Panda, you are expecting a drink, so you don't settle in just yet. You're just waiting. Time passes. It's a little bit past 15 minutes when you hear the tap on your door. And as you open it, Lisa's there, just sorry. I'm sorry that took so long. I had it, but then I was stopped because this was really urgent, apparently. Someone left you this message. And on your tray with your warm milk is a little envelope addressed to Pandalore.
I asked Lisa, did they say who it was from?
No, just it was a runner boy. Said he was sent by somebody else, who was sent by somebody else, and it just kind of got here.
Okay. Cool. Well, I would like to down the glass of milk, and before I open it, given all the stuff that has happened recently, I want to go bang on the doors of the rooms of the other 2, and I would like to get them before I open this letter.
It's just is Lisa just standing there as you're doing this, just kind of it's anything else? No, cool, all right. Yeah, you two get a pounding on your door as both of you open, and Pandalore is standing there, just with the envelope out.
Hey, I got scared. Something happened that I wasn't expecting to happen. So I'm gonna open this envelope. I just want witnesses.
Okay.
You're muted, Oban.
Very well then.
So as you crack open the envelope, as soon as you open it, this kind of musty, moist scent kind of hits you almost rotten tree branches. And as you pull out the letter, it's old parchment with just shining red ink with a slashed message saying, "I killed your friend. And then there were 3. Good night." And that's it.
I don't like this, guys. One, paper smells absolutely horrid. And, yeah, it's a little bit of a, foreboding message, if y'all would like to read. And then I show them the message.
Well, I'm going to sleep soundly tonight.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like a rock.
Well, that is uncomfortable.
And as the 3 of you leave each other's rooms to go off in your separate ways, to hopefully try to get some sort of sleep that night after such a overall stressful night. Kitsu just messaged cast alarm on the door to room before going to sleep. It's that is a smart idea. You guys pass into not dreamless, fretful sleep where you're just plagued with the fight, the body, and the screams of what could have been Lynn in that moment. And then you wake up. And it is a new day. The sun is shining in Lone Pine, as usual. People are moving about, trying to get their marketplace shopping done, to get to their jobs. Just everyday life just continues to go on, no matter what happened last night.
Zaladar would wake up and say his morning prayers to Lathander, and then walk out the door and see if the other two have woken up and left their rooms yet.
Scratch. Panda, what would you guys have done?
I kind of would have just like lazily rolled out of bed, stretched, gone downstairs, gotten some food probably.
Scratch would start the day praying as usual. Maybe a little more fervently than last time.
Feels a little bit more of a need for God in this moment. Okay, well, really, it's up to you what you want to do. You have the information you have. You know this is all going to lead to the mansion, but it is up to you on what you want to do. So, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
I would like to go and talk to Elm before we go anywhere else. Elm
Yeah, it
has
sounds like it.
As a
great
line of
idea.
contact back to the guild, if we can get a message back to the guild, let know what's going on, and if we don't come back, what to do.
I agree with that. I would also like to go see Elm.
Well,
Alright.
Who doesn't love a bugbear?
You guys start making your way towards the more like southeastern part of town to get to that strange area you found forestry and foragers at. But as soon as you get to the requisite alleyway, there is no alleyway. There is only a wall.
I would like to pick up a rock and throw it at the wall.
You pick up a rock, chuck it at the wall, clink, it just bounces off. A passerby looks at you just like, how old are you? And just starts keep going on with his day.
so Zaladar will bend down and pick up a rock, hold it out, and say, "Hello, little friend. I need you to go and find Elm, and tell him that we need to speak with him." And then he'll just kind of gently roll it in the street,
It rolls a little bit
and then watch it.
and then stops.
So
Continue watching it.
It's,
Waiting.
it's just a rock, just like standing. It doesn't move, nothing. Like it goes for a good 5 minutes until a passerby just kicks it accidentally. Rolls a little bit, stops.
Just sighs.
I don't think we'll be finding our friend.
Nobody else knew who Elm was, did they?
No.
Yeah, I don't think we're finding him. So, I just want, for shits and gigs to perception check the wall.
Okay, give me that. Roll me that perception check.
I just say 25.
25. You get up there, my guy. Like you press your face against it, you lick it, you listen to it. Get a little bit of a tap on there, get some fingernail action. It's a solid wall. It seems like it's made of stone. sturdy, does wall things.
I'd like to check it for any kind of traces of magic.
Arcana check, or are you trying to use a spell?
Arcana.
Okay.
It's at 19.
19. That's high, but it's not high enough. I'll say that yes, with you, like it's just seems like it's a wall. You know, this was the wall you were at,
Mhm.
and that this led to, you know, your weird alleyway with this strange shop with a bunch of like leaves and trees around it, but not anymore.
Scratch, you have any ideas?
This was my idea. We're now screwed. Maybe we should try and get a message out to the guild. It might take a little bit longer to get there, but yeah.
Is there like a guild here in town?
Not connecting guild to Ambition of Flight. Like if you want to send a message, you can go to like the post office itself, and you do not know how long it will take to get that message to Fraymore.
Okay. So who is there to go see? We could either go straight to the mansion. We could go to the Heart's place, like the built over area, see if there's anything there.
Just right across from the mansion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't think Gordon wants to see us, so I don't want to go back to him.
Give Gordon some time to grieve.
I think the only other person that we know of that we have not visited yet is the brown nosing mayor.
Oh, true.
Yeah, maybe we should go see the mayor, ask him what the fuck's going on in his town. And then tell him, we're going off to die.
You want to see if he wants to join the party?
Oh.
Maybe.
Or at least send somebody to collect the bodies afterwards.
I'm fine with going to see the mayor, I guess. I want to delay going to the mansion as
Just to stay away from there as much
I mean,
as
possible.
if we tell him that James Greenworth wants me to join the party, he'll join the party.
Ooh.
Yeah, let's go visit the mayor, and see if he knows, anything about the I guess the history of the town here. The Newberries, the Hart, and Paul Newberry, being Joseph Hart, and what happened with the Hart family.
All right. The mayor's office is located in this general area. It is more kind of like a city hall building. This is located at. This is not really his home. There is a kind of beautiful central fountain with hedges around it that make up different kind of like animals or images in nature that are perfectly trimmed. It's a little audacious, but you can tell some time has been put into it. As you walk into this office, it is a tiled building itself, and you hear just like the scratching of like quills and pens on parchment throughout different offices. There are ways to like lead into like different courtroom areas. You hear different meetings going on, and a lone secretary at the front of the lobby area itself. Or are you guys just trying to barge into the mayor's office itself?
I think we should probably talk to the secretary. I go up to the secretary and I'm like, Good day, ma'am. We would like a visit with the mayor if he has some time for you today.
You see, they look up from their parchment, and it's just like it's a human man, like very kind of like thin in frame, who just looks up and just like, do you have an appointment?
Yes, James Greenworth told us to meet him here today.
Okay, so do I need to call security because James Greenworth's been missing or not on vacation? You know, that's what we were told. So I don't know how you were sent here.
We were told this months ago to meet the mayor here on this specific day by James.
I'm gonna need you to give me a deception check, and he's gonna roll with his own insight.
22.
22. Okay, so I'm gonna say that since he is a secretary, like they do kind of have to weed out some bullshit day to day. So I'm going to give him a +5 to his insight in this roll. So I have to beat a 22. Alright. You see, he thinks to himself a little bit. Looks down. You see him kind of look up and in the direction of the security guards near the front of the entrance, and he goes, "I'm all right. If that's the case, then please, by all means, head to the mayor's office. I'm sure he would like to know what Mr. Greenworth needs."
Thank you very much. And I kind of motion to the other two and get on our way.
So, Pandora, I do actually have a question to ask you. So you gave me, I asked you for character art, and you sent me a little like chibi panda with like a hat.
Mm-hmm.
What does Pandalore actually look like? Because he's a half elf. He's not. He's not a little panda creature.
You know,
Were you just imagining panda creature this whole time?
not really,
Okay.
but like once I saw that picture of the panda elf, I kind of just ran with it. Let me pull up my character stats.
That's what I've been imagining this entire time.
Me too.
I just like can't get it out of my head now.
I'm so sorry. I just didn't think to ask that last session because I was just like, wait.
I've just imagined like a half elf dressed up like a panda.
I mean, it could be that too.
That could be it.
I just have panda onesie on. No, but apparently I'm 6 foot and weigh 180. But I also have like a panda costume on, apparently.
So okay, so we have like almost like what was it, like a 7-foot Loxodon. We have a tabaxi and just like plate armor with like a good shield, like a lot of strength to them and like defense, and then we just have like a half elf rogue in a panda costume. Like it just
Zaladar is
a
7'9", 350
costume.
pounds. 7'9", 350 pounds, and then I've got a little panda man next to me.
Like straight up, I'm just imagining now what it's gonna look like. She's like, I'm picking the lock, and you just see like a little panda, like just like keeps dropping the clickers and everything. Like fuck. Okay, so you guys, sorry for the distraction. I just needed to know. You guys are able to make your way into the mayor's office, and the mayor's office is, it is not. I don't want to say cramped, but not as large as you would imagine it to have been. Let me zoom out a little
Smaller
bit.
than Gordon's
Get
office?
rid of the dead one.
Small.
As you enter in, you see a man behind the desk. He's got a silver ring to his hair. He's a little bit older in years. He has like a semi-regal look to him. That tells you that like he comes from like a family with a little bit of history to the town. And he looks up and just goes, "Okay, who the hell are you?"
Zaladar will look over to Pandalore.
We are the people here to save your town. And then I kind of just like clear my throat and like
So
twiddle my
you're
thumbs.
selling a product? Some sort of miracle drug or something? You're gonna save us from frog pox or something?
Okay, don't joke about frogpox.
I feel like
Just-
I'm gonna joke about it still because I don't want to believe it's real.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought you were a mayor, not a public health specialist. But I digress. We are here because we are looking for the missing Greenworths. And we were wondering if you happen to have any, information on them, what they like to do, what they like to eat, their favorite colors.
Okay, well, I don't like the term missing. James just went on vacation. I know that's weird, but he did tell me he was going on vacation.
Did he happen to mention where?
No, James is he's a private person. He doesn't want to disclose any of that. He just wanted to get away, is what he said.
Are you aware of the ongoings in this town?
You mean the booming economy that I have to deal with? The growing infrastructure that is constantly on my desk in paperwork? Or the overall just conduct of every citizen within the city itself?
Perhaps the incidents that occurred last night with hellhounds in the midst of your town.
I don't know anything about... Okay, I did hear that Gordon maybe went on a little bit of a rampage about seeing some hellhounds, but this was after apparently his house was set on fire by what reports told me was a Loxodon cleric.
It could also have been the hellhounds.
That wasn't in the report. Can I ask
But
you
you
where
weren't
you were
there.
last
I
night?
digress. Dealing with the hellhounds so they didn't destroy your village.
Are you trying to, like,
I just kind of
intimidate
like
this man to believe
facepalm.
you? Like, what are we doing here?
I turn around and just sigh.
You have an issue.
An issue with...
The Hart family.
Like, I have ghosts or something? Guess it's...
Oh, Joseph Hart is no ghost. He is very much alive and well. And he is most likely the reason why the Greenworths are gone.
Look,
He was under the name Paul Newberry. You would know that.
yes, Paul is a now respected employee of the Greenworths. I've had multiple meetings with the man over everyday needs of that house because it is part of the city in and of itself. I don't like slandering in my office. And now you're talking about a tragedy that happened 100 years ago. And now, while I might laugh because a ghost story can give a chuckle or two, the fact that you're bringing up an actual tragedy in itself, no one ever found that body. And that broke the town in and of itself. He was young at the time. So you're telling me Paul Newberry, a strapping man who is probably 27 summers into his life, is actually 127 years old? And you have proof of this?
Using my actor's feat, I'm going to mimic the speech of Herb and repeat what he said about how Paul Newberry was really the heart person, missing heart member.
That's a good use of your actor's feat. I really like that. Okay. Give me a second. How would you react to this? Was that Herb?
Herb? That was Herb. We spoke to Herb yesterday.
So now you want me to go on the set of, like, what is being told to me by 3 strangers who, one reportedly might have burned down a respected towns member's home, and a crazy, insane man who lives in the forest.
Might I walk you down memory lane for a moment?
Would you rather believe the dude in a panda suit?
Look, you might look mighty fine and mighty cute in your panda suit, but that doesn't mean I believe you.
The body of Joseph Hart was never recovered.
Yes, it was never recovered. I just said that.
Correct. You enjoy your station, in large part thanks to the Greenworth family, as does this town. Correct?
Correct.
I assume you would like to keep your station.
I'm sorry, is this a threat from a man that doesn't even belong to this city?
Oh, I don't make threats. I shed Lathander's light on the situation.
Oh. Are you
Your
here to,
James Greenworth is missing.
Look, are you here to, like, preach a message or something? Because I'm not looking for a change
I
of
intend to
religion.
do that once this issue is resolved.
You're gonna have to get the subsequent license for it. Look, I'm a busy man. My friend James, while we might have a contentious relationship due to the positions we are in, is on vacation with his family. I
Did
know
he tell you that himself?
He did tell me he was going on. I just told you at the beginning of this conversation. He told me he was going on vacation. He didn't tell the rest of the town because the rest of the town doesn't need to know. He told me, though, because at least he let the mayor know. He's an important member of the town. If anyone was missing, I would have done something about it.
Could you like go through the steps of what you would have done if someone were to perhaps go missing?
If the Greenworths were actually, if they would have up and vanished with no word from James whatsoever, I probably would have, gotten the Crown Guard involved. We probably would have locked down the manor to see what we could have solved, and I would have contacted most likely a guild because that's what they're for.
Well, somebody beat you to the latter part. We're from a guild. We were asked to come here and investigate the missing persons that are the Greensworth.
You've got to be
Now,
fucking kidding me.
somebody
You three are
else
from a
had the
guild?
idea.
Surprise!
Why else would a tabaxi, a loxodon, and a panda-suited man be together?
Traveling troupe of performers, who fucking knows?
Yeah, it's fair.
I mean, he is wearing a panda suit. Like, it could have been some weird, get rich quick scam. I don't know. Are you telling me that these three races can only hang out together if they're in an adventuring party? Whoa. Okay. Alright. Whoa. Look. You're from a guild, so I guess I do have to follow proper procedure since you do have... Well, first, actually, let me see your guild cards. And you would have received guild cards from Ambition of Flight to, like, that are your credentials. And he looks them over and he's just like, fine. I won't have you arrested today for 1, trespassing, 2, unruly behavior, 3, burning down of private property, and 4, wasting my time. But if you really want to deal with something or blow something out of proportion that nothing is wrong, go to the Greenworth house.
Pandalore, do you still have that letter that you received last night?
I do, I believe. I pull out the envelope and check it.
We received various messages throughout last night. One was on the corpse of our departed friend. One was delivered to us as we were going to bed. And these messages do not seem friendly. Is this the sort of thing that you usually have going on in your town?
No, that doesn't usually happen in our town. But also, who did you piss off to do that? Because, again, everything was fine before apparently, I guess the four of you showed up, because now you're telling me there was a fourth and he's dead. So now there's a dead guilds member in my town that I have to deal with now?
I mean, he's
Yeah.
not like here in your town anymore per se.
No. The paperwork your guild has to do, I have to report as well. This all has to go back to the Council of Kalmorith. You can't just have adventurers die in your town and it's just like, ah, that's the adventurer's life. There's actual paperwork to this.
So what I'm getting at is that you appear to only be having bad things happening to people who are actively investigating what's going on here. All the people who are going on by having their normal lives are living fine. But the people that come in, we get one of our party members murdered. We get these threatening letters. We're going to have to go to the bloody mansion and investigate there and have some fun.
Okay, you say you're investigating something? The rest of, like, the town itself would probably put that as you're kicking a hornet's nest that's not even there. So if you might have pissed somebody off from an investigation I didn't put even a request in, but somehow this was approved and sent out, I don't know what to tell you.
If there was no nest, we wouldn't have been stung. Perhaps you'd like to send your guards with us.
That's city resources. I'm sure you guild's members will be fine. It's not
Oh,
like your
right.
guild.
I forgot the Greenworths are not important to the city.
They would be if they were actually missing. But seeing as I told you for the fourth time, James told me he was going on vacation. Go to the mansion, have your little whatever, and just, if you have anything to report, report. If you have nothing to report, feel free to leave Lone Pine.
If we don't return in,
After
say,
you fix
24
Gordon's
hours,
house.
if we don't return in, say, 24 hours, send a message to our guild saying that we're probably dead and to come get the corpses.
Yes, that's standard operating procedure.
Thank you. There's nothing really standard going on here, but we just want to get that across because we are probably going to die in your town. That's 4 dead adventurers in your town. That's going to get some attention from the guild.
Think of all the
And-
paperwork.
Look, when I see you guys at the end of the day and everything's fine, maybe I'll be in a better mood enough to at least buy you a drink for wasting my time. But again, I don't know if you understand that, you know, a town or growing city as it is takes a lot of, you know, a lot of my time to kind of deal with, to run properly, and having these little conversations that really are kind of amounting to nothing for me does not help. Like, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to upset me by using things I've said against me, but considering I'm the one that actually talked to James, and I don't know who you are, I've got this official paperwork, which means I can't do anything about it, I'm gonna side with myself on this one. You don't become mayor by just believing everything someone tells you.
But you could look into it. If somebody tells you something really horrific and you just like, nah, that's not how it happens, you know.
I mean,
Just
if
ignore
Lisa
it,
or
it's fine.
Gordon or, you know, any of, like, my actual constituents came to me, yes. But, again, 3 strangers with a quest I never issued. I'm not
Well, somebody
trying to
here-
be... Look, I know I might come off a little bit rude. I'm a stressed individual. I do a lot every day. Every day. I don't get days off, really. If I had any inkling that something actually was going on from credible sources, sure, I would do more. But you 3 look capable adventurers who have your own way of doing things. I just ask you, do not burn down any more people's houses. You just investigate the mansion and then go about your business. You will find nothing wrong, no weird plots, and just probably more information about the vacation James went on, because Probably
So we
somewhere
have your
knows.
approval to go about our business as adventurers. Thank you.
You have my permission.
Starts to head out.
Yeah, like on my way out the door, I'd like to shout to him, by the way, Gordon's dismantling his office building. And then slam the door.
Son of a bitch! You just hear that it's like, as you're walking down the hall away from this office.
Just on the other side of the door, just want to say to everyone else, his nose isn't that brown.
You definitely catch the
as we're
secretary
walking out,
sniggering.
Zaladar would, kind of quietly under his breath, he would cast Thaumaturgy so that he can have some ominous whispers in, right behind Kent, as it were.
What are the ominous whispers you're leaving with Kent?
So it's just gonna be, your arrogance will be your undoing. You've made mistakes, and you and your city are going to pay for you not getting involved.
Okay, that's really good. I'll give you like as you're walking out, like hearing in, you just kind of hear faintly as you're walking out the front door, "Shut up, Dad!"
Zaladar would turn around. What was that?
All right, what do you guys? What's the plan as you guys make your way back outside into the city proper?
It's not really
Zaladar,
many major points to hit.
We look back and forth and say, unless you'd like to try to find a merchant to prepare better for what's to come, I say we better make our way to the mansion.
Fine.
I think the mansion is the only course we have now.
All right, the mansion of the Greensworths is located right over here. It's a solemn walk for you gentlemen heading towards the Greenworth Manor, because you don't know what's in store for you. A lot of weird things have happened in this town. It seems there aren't a lot of people that believe you. And while you are walking to what could be something disastrous, everyday life is just going on around you. You see children playing in the streets. You see vendors trying to get the most money out of deals, shouting about candied fruits, freshly caught fish, full carpentry businesses going off with detailed works. Just the hustle and bustle of city life is around you. What is particularly going through your heads as you approach the Greenworth Manor? Because as you start getting closer to it, the sound of the city dies behind you.
But as we're walking, Zaladar is definitely taking it all in and kind of enjoying the distraction. But as we starts to get more quiet, foreboding, he'll start to quietly start praying to Lathander under his breath, to guide him and the rest of the party through this ordeal, and to show his light to help cast out the evil that is impending.
I am both equal parts annoyed and anxious that we're going to the mansion.
Can you
kinda
explain
like-
each one?
No, they're both kind of for just like the same reason. Like, I really don't want to deal with whatever this is. But like, guess we're dealing with it.
Scratch is wondering about digging graves and who will dig the grave for Scratch.
Fair enough. All right. The sound of the city fully disappears. And as you enter through the gates into Greenworth Manor proper, into the land and the gardens around it, it's quiet. So still. And it's a weird stillness that falls over this because just like the city hall building, there's a sense of audaciousness to this manor now, because you see like there is a fountain in the front with like some beautiful like angelic stone work to it, that constant stream that seems to be recharged by an arcane basis. You see perfectly planted and manicured trees that line throughout the garden itself, while where they look perfect but not too much. But the lights are off, the curtains are drawn. You cannot see any life within the manor itself. It is unsettling. But you don't see anything menacing about.
I kind of nudged Zaldar in the side, and I'm like, "You want to just burn this one down too?"
For the record, I did not burn down the other. It's barely singed.
I'm just like,
You saw I could do for some repair work before that happened.
well, you could do a better job on this one.
I would like to make sure that the Greenworths are not, in fact, in that building before we set it on fire. Once they're not there, then we can burn the thing down.
You heard the mayor; they're on vacation.
I do not want to be responsible for more crispy bodies.
I really love that energy from Pandalore. Just like, hey, he said they're on vacation, so we can just burn this whole sucker down just to make sure.
He's a lousy politician, and he will talk his way out of whatever this comes to be.
Are you talking about Ken, or are you talking about Pandalore right now?
Yes.
All right. What do you guys want to do?
I want to summon my familiar from its pocket dimension, and it comes out the shape of a hawk, just to get a eagle eye view of the grounds.
Okay. Your hawk familiar. I'm gonna say you were summoning this familiar kind of from the walk from City Hall to the manor, because this is kind of like a ritual spell that you're doing. So it's like after a few minutes of looking around, the hawk does appear on your shoulder and takes to the sky in the way you command it to. I'm guessing you're kind of like warging into it to get that aerial view.
Yeah.
The manor itself does have, like, it is a massive gothic estate type of manor. You see from the upper parts from the sky that it has like beautiful red tiled roofing and a giant glass dome to like what looks like one of the floors to it. From your perspective, using the hawk, you can tell that this manor is most likely a 3-floor or a 3-story kind of situation here. 3 separate floors for this manor. Maybe something underground, but you would have to get in to know. It is massive. This is the manor of someone that has too much wealth, and the fact that 4 people live in this home is ridiculous.
Bring my senses back to my body and call the hawk to come back and land on my shoulder. Maybe cry a little bit. This place is
Zaladar
huge.
will look at Pandalore. Did you want to go and knock?
I feel like you're probably better with the more upfront confrontations.
What were you saying, Scratch?
I was just saying to the others, this place is huge. This is going to take us all day. Right up until the point of death.
Okay. It's dark, but all right.
You know, I
Wants
feel
to-
like
Who wants to knock?
I feel like the light of Lathander is a perfect complement to a nice door knock. Personally,
Okay. Um. So from a distance here, I'm going to use my thaumaturgy again here and try to bust open the doors.
Like burst
If they-
open the door, or like
Yeah. Yep.
knock on the door. Okay.
Nope.
All
If
right,
they are unlocked, I would like to burst them open.
So you first try to open the door. Is what you're telling me?
No, I'm just going to try to use my thaumaturgy, and I mean, it says if the door is unlocked, it'll open. And if it's not, I guess they'll just make a really loud rattling noise.
So you guys see Zal step up to the door itself, trailing behind him. He sticks out one massive hand. The light of Lathander bursts forth from his holy symbol. The door breaks open in a huge display of power and radiance. And you find yourself on the empty first floor. And as you three make your way into the mansion itself, the door slams and everything gets quiet.
Oh, it's going to start off like that. Excellent.
As you're looking around, you notice this is a beautiful, beautiful first floor and stunning entryway of black and white marble tile. You see inlays of gold around the walls and inside the tile itself to make a very nice shine that's not too bright. It is open and spacious with a lot of room for movement and parties, negotiations. You can tell this is a home of what can truly be considered elite. And as these realizations are coming into you, or coming to you, that's when you hear footsteps descending one of the main stairwells. And you hear, and now we reach the second act of our fun little... Shall we call it a game? I think we should call it a game. And then as the footsteps get a little bit louder, as this person's running, appearing at the end of the footsteps, you see a tall man with like dark reddish hair, hawk-like features, very sharp, prominent face, who looks at you with a just kind of knowing grin, is just like, "Hi. My name is Paul Newberry. How can I help you, gentlemen?"
Hello, Joseph.
Oh no! Oh no, they know my name! They know why! Yes? How can
Hi.
I help you? Wait. You're young. You know my name. But, wait.
I presume you know ours already.
The Hermit in the Wood. So that's the loose end you never see in the tight knots woven of your own masterpiece. Oh, but that doesn't matter. Who cares if you know my name? Yes. Hello. My name is Joseph. Zaldar Pandalore Scratch. Sorry. Eclipse. It's nice to meet you.
Zalador will just look over at Scratch. Kind of mouth clips.
You don't know? That's too good. That's too good. Now I'm sure you have some sort of purpose of being here, some sort of necessity, some sort of wild, fantastic idea of being heroes. I don't have time for any of that. And while your cute little light, little son of Lathander, makes a nice nightlight,
Couldn't do it as well.
none of you pose much of a threat. So, let me ask you this. How about we make a quick deal? You leave, disappear, and I don't kill you. You stay, and I'll show you a horror you never knew existed.
Without saying a word, I just kind of like walk towards the front door and try to open it.
Oh, that's a smart one. Make sure you lock the door on your way out. I don't need more visitors. But also, with a snap, and Panda vanishes, and a clap, and in a rush of thunderstorms and rain, Scratch is pulled from the room. This figure appears right in front of Zal, looking up at him. I can make your friends disappear without darkness. But I remember making a promise to you in the night. And he puts a hand reaching up to your forehead. I'll show you that darkness now. And pushes you into the floor. As everything bends and sucks you deeper in. So, who'd like to go first? Oh, I love that. So we'll start with Panda. We'll just go to this stock image for now. Pandalore, war is never easy. From an early age, you were working with your parents constantly to be able to get into situations to take down your dwarven foes. You have been on this mission for 6 months. Nothing else matters. You get these plans, you win it all. This is the strike you need. This is the moment. And as you're crouched in the darkness, in the dwarven stronghold that you were able to finally penetrate, hearing hearing these dwarves start planning out their main attack to take down your home city, what do?
I try to sit there, gather more information, but like I stay well within distance to make a move if anything happens.
Okay, you are kind of crouched in between like some crates that have been pushed up like more of like a side wall. You are probably a good like 10 feet outside of the main conference chamber. You're listening in, and with the like bits of dwarvish you get with your mastery of the language to be able to help your people, you are getting like, okay, they have some sort of like launching weapon, some mounted force they're preparing, and then you hear the word caster. And you know when spellcasters get involved in these like everyday battles, like these mage forces, scores die. And that grips you with fear because you never know when it will be either you, your mother, your father, or any of your friends in war.
I hear all this going on, and I know that I probably don't have enough time to make it back and make a plan. So I guess I try to see if there's any like high-ranking officers in this encampment. I see if the conversation's being held by like any like top dwarves.
Roll me an investigation check.
Da-da-da. 17.
17. You know that there are some like top-ranking dwarf leadership members here. You don't have a full list. When you were sneaking through kind of like the more like office. What's the best, like the department areas where like the paperwork is kept. You were able to get some information, but without being to stop yourself from getting caught, you left a little bit earlier than planned. You know that there are some top-ranking lieutenants and lieutenant generals. You don't know who the main leader of this faction is, of this particular army.
Okay. Do I know that it's this particular army that is leading that's like the front lines of the battle?
Yes. This, your parents got word of this army making its way into their frontier months ago, and you were quickly dispatched to infiltrate and try to find out any information without getting caught.
Okay.
Being a half-elf, it was a little bit difficult for you to make your way in because dwarves are almost as mistrusting as half-elves as elves are to half-elves, but you were able to kind of squeak your way in as like almost like a kind of like service boy. And the dwarves kind of got like a laugh out of thinking like one of their enemies was their own type of slave.
Okay. Do I have my cloak on me?
You do have your cloak.
Okay. I'd like to pull the hood up, go into stealth, and try to move around closer here, see if I can't hear any of the conversation better.
Okay, you flip your cloak up, fully covering panda costume and everything. As you like are trying to melt into the walls itself. I'm guessing you're actually wearing like a soldier's uniform, not a panda costume.
Probably.
Give me a stealth check.
Scroll, you think? 21.
21. That is usually a really high stealth check. I just rolled a nat 20 on perception for the dwarves of this room. So you are crawling and making your way into the room when you're hearing that's like and as you creak the door open, it's just a little too loud. Everything stops. They turn to you and they shout in Dwarvish, "Spy!" What do you do?
I instantly run.
You bolt. You hear the door crack as just, not trying to push it aside, a dwarven soldier just cracks it down with their own warhammer as multiple soldiers start swarming from different rooms, chasing you down. And as this is happening, like, there's something going on in your head. You're just like, I was doing something. Like, I know this is important, but, like, why am I here? And then, like, familiar moments start happening to you. Like, you remember certain things until you... Boom, you're outside the dwarven stronghold, you crash through the doors, and before you, in a way that makes no sense, the entire elvish army has appeared to fight their foes, to fight the enemy. And you see your mother and father in the front lines with just rictus smiles of just the enjoyment of the fight, of war. And as you turn back, you see that same expression on these dwarves that have totally forgotten you, and battle commences in a way that is never meant to be seen. The ferocity of the movement, the clanking of the swords against hammers, bowstrings being twanging but also being ripped apart, the screams of the dying, the jubilant yells of the victorious as they slay their foe. You see things no living mortal ever should really have to witness. You watch a friend of yours in the elvish side get their entire face caved in from a dwarvish warhammer. You see a dwarf that wasn't actually even that bad to you, just seemed to have grown up in their own prejudices, get their neck sliced open by an elvish dagger. And as this is happening and you're making your way through the battle, just scared and trying to get through it, what would be running in your head?
I would probably mostly be shocked. I wouldn't know what exactly was going on, why the army was there.
And that's
And
what hits you. You now remember this mission. Yes, it kind of ended in disaster, but the army wasn't there to bail you out. You had to run for months to succeed this. Why is the army here? And as you kind of start looking around with that idea in your head, you start seeing all the soldiers start changing, and their movements get more and more disjointed and almost static until you notice that they've all changed to wood. Like puppets of themselves, with just painted on smiles, blood stains, wooden swords, and as you look up into the sky itself, you see the massive form of Joseph Hart with just two puppet strings themselves just moving both armies while smiling down at you, just saying, "Was this all your life amounted to? Was this your big idea? Tell me, was this all worth it?" As he slams both armies together in a ferocious just destruction of both sides. But I'm bored. And he just slaps his hand, and the entirety of like the battlefield is just wiped away. And you see the stronghold gone, the armies disappear, and he just stands in front of you on a battlefield of broken structures, fires, blood drenched in different areas. And when you look up to see the sky for this particular battle, you see a sky with 4 moons, when your world only has 2. Look, I wanted to talk to you first, because I have to ask you, Panda, what are you doing here? The other 2, I guess I can understand. I can sort of put together why they would maybe be called into a situation like this, but you, what do you have to gain from being here?
look,
Can you
man, I
answer?
don't know.
Oh, you can't even answer that. I like that. I love. So, was it worth it? This war. I'm sorry. This isn't your particular war. This is a war from a different quadrant, in a different world, in a different universe in and of itself. But was your war worth it as much as it seems this one was? Did you get what you wanted?
I mean, I haven't got what I wanted yet, in particular.
And what is it you want, Panda?
I would like my family heirloom back. That's really the only thing I'm after. Um, I'm no longer really involved in the war. I've done my time, but I just have a feeling that
Oh,
there's probably
yes.
been
Done your
some
time.
dwarves.
Done your time. So you made sure to go to the families of all the bereaved that you took away from and say sorry? Would you like to see their faces? I can show you them.
I'm
Shh.
probably fine.
Snaps his fingers, and then like a rush of images of you just see like multiple dwarven families just crushed around different gravestones, different lives just lost, just pain on all sides. It's like, there, do you feel better? Did that make more sense to you?
Look, man, I'm just a spy.
Yes,
I don't do this.
I know. Which is again, why are you here? Why didn't you just leave, Panda?
I thought I was.
Well, I mean, you could have left last night. You didn't have to come to the mansion. I might have left a message for fun. I thought that was a good goof, a good joke. You know, who doesn't like finding a message in their own comrade's blood in the wall? She still stayed, which I don't fully understand, and I honestly can't see your purpose here. So, do you want to give a heroic speech? Do you want to tell me you're going to defeat me or something, or would you like to see the show I've truly prepared for you? Because I've seen now how much you care for war. I mean, you blindly agreed to every request your parents gave you. Never once said no. Never once said, I never wanted to be a soldier or a spy. You willingly agreed to every single mission. I love your excuse, family heirloom. Nice, because that means something, of course. Duh. In the grand scheme of everyone's life on this planet in of itself, your family heirloom means a lot. I understand. I get it. I do. But don't worry. When I'm done, your heirloom won't matter anymore. You won't have to think anymore. You won't have to just blindly say yes to everything you're told to do. How does that sound?
You know, doesn't sound too terrible. Have to admit.
I knew you'd be the easiest to talk to. But, you know, just to make sure I'm doing my job properly, enjoy this little treat. And as he melts away, the world melts away, you wake up in a whole new body, in a whole new world, a whole new way to move, and you live an entire life in this person. Their memories, their feelings, their emotions, their relationships, you live through every bit of it, up to the point to where they join the army. They fight the good fight, and they die for the good fight. And after each death, a new life. And it's not, for the one watching from the outside, it would be but moments. But to you, they're lifetimes. Eclipse of the moon, you wake up on that night again. It's raining. You see ice. You see wheel. And you see your brother scratch on wood in his cleric uniform with his soft smile. A little bit of uncertainty to his expression, though you did everything you could to convince him that this was the job. You're gonna get it done tonight. It is finally time to get what it is you deserve. And the worst part is, you remember everything that's about to happen. What do?
I look at Scratch. Brother, ignore the stairs.
I can't ignore the stairs. You know what we found down there. You know what's down there. And you hear
know.
that and you realize you're now inside the jewelry shop. And he's just rushed back up from the stairs. What do you mean ignore the stairs? I just went down there. You know they're down there. They're hurting. We can't let them get away with that.
Ice, Wheel, come with us.
Ice and Wheel
And heads
gone.
down the stairs.
You start making your way down the stairs, and you feel confident that you know you can change it. You know that you can make sure this doesn't happen the way it does. That you see the moment where Scratch is pulled down the stairway. You feel the darkness envelop you. And you hear, finally, the caster that night, that dreadful night when that spell was cast. So you're able to know. You see it, you turn, you see that fearful entity. You see that monster that gripped your shoulders, and with a confident smile, you turn back to the caster, claws outstretched, ready to save the day. When, as you strike, Joseph appears and throws the entity in front of you, slamming your claws deep into its neck. And he just leaps over its shoulders and goes, "Oh, no, 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 no. You can't fix what's already happened, Eclipse." And as the spell ends, you see your brother's form melt back into existence from this spell, as your claws are embedded deep into his neck, and he bleeds out in front of you, and you watch that light leave. And then, in a hellish display, his eyes go black, deep. You see tears of blood descend, a question of why on his lips, and Joseph just... Yeah, I added that part. I thought it would be funny. You are the best joke of this whole situation, Eclipse. Your own brother. Your own brother. Nothing to say?
Just looks at him.
You don't want to say... He shakes the chin of your brother. You don't want to say sorry to Scratch?
I can't change the past.
No.
You said that.
You can't. But you still can't get over it? What, you think you honor him by taking his name, praying to his god, wearing his clothes?
Use his feet on agility.
His sister, hiding behind his own persona because you can't live with the fact of what you did. And Joseph just throws some things on the ground in front of you. He puts a hand up and barriers himself to stop you. He's like, no, don't worry, I'm on your side. There, look. It's what you came for. And there's just gold and jewels scattered amongst the blood now. Right? And
originally,
this was
that's
the
what I
situation.
came
As
for.
you pounced with feline agility, dashing towards him, leaping into the air, he stopped you just in midair. Just like, you... What? You think that's still gonna fix something? You think Sylvanus is going to listen to the murderer of their own clergyman? You're lucky to have gotten by for as long as you have with your paltry amount of magic they seem to have granted you, but you know deep down what you really are.
And so did Sylvanus when they gave me these powers. They knew.
So what?
And they accepted
so
me.
What? Some paltry deity in a pantheon that doesn't even understand the beginning of everything? You think I fear your little newfound power in your god? It will never erase this night. It will never stop what you did, for you have just built a cage of your own. Your own nice, beautiful, gilded cage, blood-stained and all, as you lock yourself away in your own misfortune. And they say I'm mad. But you decided to come. You decided to fight, right? You wanted this. So, I guess as a gift, let me give it to you. And as you are locked in an actual gilded cage, a copy of yourself manifests outside, and this night replays for lifetimes.
Every time Moon sees Scratch walk down the stairs, he screams.
And the worst part is, no one can hear it. Zaldar, there is no sound. There is no light. There is no sense of essence or being. You are just in total darkness. What do you do?
I try casting light on.
Yes, you are a cleric of Lathander. You don't. Darkness imposes nothing to you.
Mhm.
You naturally have that ability, and you feel that. It feels a little strange, but you feel that sense of Lathander rushing into you through your holy symbol, and you see that light cast, that soft, beautiful light that always has been a beacon of hope. But that's when you realized that was already precasted before you noticed how dark it was. And walking out of this darkness into your little light, you see Joseph. Just looks.
What is your goal here?
No sound escapes your lips. He just taps to his head, points to you, and then you hear deep within your mind, testing? Testing, can the big dumb cleric hear me, or is this not working? You can answer.
Zaladar will wait.
How do you like it? Do you know where you are?
So I guess at this point, Zaladar is just thinking in his head.
Mhm.
Oh, you're addressing me now?
You know, I always knew clerics were stupid, but you really take it to a whole new level. Yes, I'm addressing you now. Do you know where we are? Oh, son of the sun.
Still in the mansion.
No. This, my ignorant child, is the void. And as he says that, you get a perspective shot for just a moment as everything expands around you. And it is just you in a most minuscule, not even bigger than a single celled organism for a brief second as the entirety of this void collapses around you. And then you're back in this one little moment talking to him. It's like, and that was just nothing compared to how far it will forever go on. When it all began, it was only this. So quiet. So peaceful. Why did it have to change? Why create the light or step into light when this gave all it needed to? Can you answer that, son of the sun?
The light shows you things.
So
Things you might
think
not want to see. That need to be fixed. That need to be addressed. Flaws in oneself.
what flaw
Flaws in the world.
matters in the darkness? And in what world? There is no world. There was no need for a world. It simply was. You didn't hear the cries of the broken, or the hurt, or the destroyed. But they were there. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean nothing lives out here. And as he says that, you feel something clasp around your ankle. then slip back into the darkness. When my master came into being, they lived in the void. They existed in the perfect quiet and blank reflection of eternity. And it wasn't even that they ruled. They guided, they helped. Because like I said, there were those already living here when the first spark of creation dared to bring the light. And for what? What have you done with your light? Have you truly helped anyone? Or is the world still a broken place as it was when you were born? What does your God know when he himself hasn't even existed long enough? You think this, and he pulls up your son. You think this means anything? You think your Lathander means anything next to this? And he pulls up an even greater sun. It's like, this is not even that far away. And what about this one? This one, pulling stars into existence around you. All of these a different sun, a different god on a different planet and a different realm of existence. All with the exact same problems. So what do you even do? What does the light of Lathander gift anyone? Besides, I guess, self-reflection?
Warmth, love, kindness, acceptance,
Warmth,
humility.
love,
One you could do with.
kindness, acceptance. Wow, all emotions that weren't even needed at the dawning of everything. Do you think that was even necessary here? It wasn't even about any of that. It was simply the blissful existence itself. There were no wars. What light was there to see by to even fight a war? There was no mistrust, for where could you go to even tell a lie in the vastness of this realm? Sure, there was no love, but there was no heartbreak either. No jilted lover broken by a cheated promise from someone they trusted. No broken bonds. No pain. No one hurt. For there was truly no reason to be hurt. I am going to return this entire realm to the void. And there is nothing you or your friends will be able to do to stop me. You can kick and scream and act like a child all you want. But deep down you know, a small part of you knows, that what I'm saying isn't totally insane.
There's no part of me that believes that.
Let me guess, when you look at me, you just see an insane man, don't you?
I see someone in need.
In need. You know who I see when I look at you?
Someone you envy.
No. I see the residents of a small island of ignorance on the placid seas of the infinite. I see the foolish trying to, with their 5 feeble senses, understand the boundless information of the cosmos. I see fools who do not understand that in their own sanity they are cursed. One of my favorite arguments I learned when I was a kid was, in the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. You could agree with that, right? Of course, the one-eyed man sees what they can't, so of course he would be the one to lead the blind into some sort of glorious nation. You can understand that. But no, that's not how the world works. Let me tell you this. What would you think if a man, you, a blind man, never seeing anything before in your life, comes up to you and shouts impossibilities at you? Would you take him seriously? Would you think he's a sane man? You would call him a madman, just like you do me, all because I can see the shadow in the corner of your eye that will always flit out of existence before you can get it. I can hear the whisperer in the darkness that you turn away from because you don't like the touch of its breath on a cold night alone. You see someone in need? I see someone who never even learned how to walk. But fine. Live in the void for a while, and let's see what you come to. And Joseph vanishes. And for you, there is no feeling of lifetimes, no feeling of time at all. For in the void, there is only the void. And all three of you pop back up together on the second floor. And that is where we are going to go ahead and take our first break for tonight. We're just going to take a quick 10-minute break. We will be back after that, so do stick around to see where this is going. I have not even started anything I really have planned. So until then, just please be here, be in the moment, talk with each other, and we will be back very shortly. Bye for now. And we are back for this adventure. All right, that was quite a nice break. You know, we didn't do anything too crazy before that break. I don't think we really need to recap what happened. I feel like we all solidly walked into the mansion and walked up to the second floor. All right, you three wake up, and you do legit wake up. You find yourselves in a brand new room. Panda, you and Zal are sitting together on a couch across the room. You see scratch on wood laying across the couch. As all three of you seem to be waking up in the same moment. Since it is up to your interpretation of what just happened for your characters, how would you wake up? Like, how would it look for you to wake up at this moment?
Scratch pushes himself up and screams.
Okay, so there's some screaming. We do get some screaming.
I'm very conflicted about what happened in my little dream sequence, but also like really wondering why I hear a bunch of screaming.
You just look over and there's Scratch just screaming.
Fair. Zaladar is gonna, you sit up and cast light
It
on his.
just it works. The mansion's lit up now. There is no darkness in this mansion. As you are inside, there's flickering soft candle light and lanterns that have been lit. But you just in a rush, like, let your holy magic come out to give that soft light that is always around you.
He casts it on his mace.
On your mace. You hear a whisper. Do you feel safer? I don't know what y'all looking at me for. It's y'all the ones that just woke up. Gotta make some decisions here.
Scratch stops screaming and then sits on the couch. Puts his hands in his head in his hands. But I don't know about you, but I just relived the worst night of my life over and over again.
I had nothing. Nothing
good
at
for
all.
You.
In the worst way possible. Looking around the room, do we see anything of note in this room, or is it just
Yeah, with passive perception, I will give you that, like, this seems to be some sort of sitting room. You see, like, kind of like a little pavilion area where there could have been like a bar with like some chests around it. You see like a small kind of like coffee table with comfortable armchairs around it. You see with where you're sitting, there are the two couches and this beautiful carpet in between the two of them, or a nice rug in between the two of them to go with the tiling floor or the tiled floor. It's a nice indulgent room. You know, you feel in this moment, if you were to take a moment to just like even just realize where you're sitting on, you're just like, man, this is a really comfy couch. If you want to get like an investigation or a deeper perception check, you let me know.
I guess we're looking to see if there's any, kind of, I guess, any reason we might be brought to this specific room, or anything that would have been left behind by either Joseph or the Greenworths in this room, anything of note.
I want to go look in the chest.
Okay, give me an investigation check for Zaldar, right? Zaladar?
Yep.
And give me a thieves' tool check to try to pop up in the trunk.
It's a 19.
With an investigation of 19, you see in this room, there is not anything that seems to be left behind, but you do see more of the Greenworths. In fact, this is the first time you ever see the Greenworths. You see multiple portraits around this room of a very prominent-looking four-person family. You see James, who is in the back left, in a very very tall, imposing figure. He has more of like a chiseled look, not sharp but chiseled. He has piercing blue eyes with jet black hair. There seems to be a little bit of silvering that was at the temple. He's wearing a fine nobleman's black suit with really what looks like in the art beautiful trimming added onto it. Standing next to him in a very regal and noble dress of like violet is who you can guess to be Victoria Greenworth, who she has like dark auburn hair. She has a little bit more of a sharper face than her husband does. Her eyes are green, and while her husband looks serious, she looks more soft with a very like warm smile painted on her face. And then in front of them are their two children. You see a girl of probably about 8 years, who you know to be Judy, who is wearing Judith, but it goes by Judy. She is wearing a kind of like checkered dress with like a little bit of frill around her skirt. She has twin tails and just the honest smile of a child. And next to her is looking to be around 5 or 6 is who you would know to be her brother Max, who has the hair of his father in terms of color, but it's more messy since he's still a child. A little bit, he still kind of has that pudginess to like a young child. He hasn't lost all that baby weight just yet. But you can even see that when this, like, he had a toothy grin as he was posing for this picture, and even just one tooth is missing. What was your thieves' tool check?
It is a 15.
With a 15, you are not able to break this lock.
Oh, okay.
Scratch.
Well, what do y'all want to do?
I think we need to explore the mansion and see if the Greenworths are here and try to deal with this nightmare-inducing nuisance that is whatever Joseph Hart became.
For the record, I'm still fine with just burning the place down and leaving.
That would sound
Starting
like
to
a really
lean
good
towards
idea
that
at this
way.
time, right?
Starting
Noted.
to lean that way.
All right. You should have control of your characters. I went through to make sure. So you let me know where this is kind of that free exploration range here. Whatever happens, happens. So you need to let me know what you're doing.
I want to check this room.
You want to check that room? Okay. Give me an investigation check. Or, well, what are you doing? You want to do, like, investigate, like you're looking for something particular, or a perception check to get the overall kind of vibe of the room?
Probably just a perception check.
All right, roll me that perception check.
17.
17. With a 17, you quickly realize this was James and Victoria's personal bedroom. You find like a lot of like their belongings in here, and with that 17, you're able to actually find underneath kind of like this small table over in this corner a loose tile with a locked chest underneath.
Okay. I would like to try to open said chest.
You can give a thieves tools check, and does anybody want to give him the help action for this?
Yep. I'm actually when you pull it out and get ready to start doing it, Zaladar's gonna just pat you on the back with his trunk and say, "May the light of Lathander guide you."
I really love how I didn't even need to ask how you gave the help action. That was really good. I like that. All right, with that, you do get advantage on this roll.
Let's see. That is a. If I can math, 22.
22. You get deep in there with your thieves tools. You're picking around. You hear a click. You are able to open the lock. The chest opens slowly, and you are rewarded with a leather-bound book with gold inlay writing on the front that says, "The Personal Diary of James Greenworth." And we'll come back to you for that in a second. I want to give Zaladar and Scratch a kind of options to do anything in this moment.
I was gonna be going into the room with
Okay, Scratch is there.
Pandalore anyhow.
And before we get back to that, Scratch, is there anything you wanted to do before we talk about this journal?
Look into this room just here.
All right, give me a perception check.
30.
30?
19 plus 11.
It is very easy to tell that this is the bedroom of Judy and Max Greenworth. It is incredibly tidy, so you know someone else was cleaning it up for them. You see one side of it in one chest that isn't locked, a set of like toys for a small boy. You see like fake swords and kites and different kind of just like vehicles of transportation. But then you also, as you dig deeper, you see that like you find like a little girl's doll and a teddy bear. And when you go over to the other chest, you find Judy's set of toys, which has dolls and teddy bears that match those. But as you dig deeper, you find that there was also a wooden sword in her chest and like a little fake shield. And in this moment, with that type of perception, you're able to easily put together that these were two children that were able to live together and even shared their toys and like would love to just kind of play together. You see like the artwork isn't really of people, but just of like sceneries and fantastic mythical moments in the world with a lot of vibrant colors and happy inducing kind of like vibe to it.
Does it look like somebody's taking clothes to go on holiday?
This room does not look like it has been touched in weeks. And nothing seems out of place at all.
Okay.
Back to Pandalore. Panda, could you open up the chat that we share for prepping for this session?
Yes.
Okay. Each break is a new entry. So whenever you want to start. Go for it.
Let me pull it up on my phone.
That's right. I wrote journal entries for you guys.
Okay, so entry 1. Rules. I am constantly blocked from glory by the rules set by my forefathers. While I can appreciate the validity of their decisions at the time, they could not have foreseen the roadblock they set for me. These small-minded commoners do not see the potential of our great land. They do not see the potential of our great land. Why should Kalmorth be the only kingdom of this land? Why should we bow and grovel to this so-called council? One day they shall understand and thank me for the path I have set forward for them. Entry 2. I hired a new groundskeeper today, Mr. Paul Newberry. He came with him good recommendations and a solid background and the necessary skills needed to run my estate. Now Victoria can get off my back about not having a proper staff. She still does not see all I do and sacrifice for our family. For our gorgeous children. They will always be our future. Next entry.
And as
Can't
you
sleep.
like a little bit, it's almost semi unnoticeable. But as you start getting to this entry, you notice the handwriting just kind of starts to slip a little bit.
Okay. Entry 3. Can't sleep. I find myself up late into the night, and when I do sleep, I am plagued by nightmares of a forest truly from hell. Its vast, complex forms of life watch me as I walk through its impossible labyrinth paths of twisted trees and ripping vines. I should be scared of this forest, but weirdly, its sense of power calls to me. I am lucky to have Paul, truly. I find myself taking his counsel as we talk in the early morning hour. Entry 4. I have found the answer. Heavens bless Paul and his fountain of wisdom and knowledge. You would not think you were talking to a man of 25 summers, but more a sage of many lives. He has shown me the path to real power, to a real future for my family. Sacrifices will be made, but it shall all be for the greater good of Lone Pine and of the continent. Victoria mustn't find out. Entry number 5. Sacrifice. There is power in sacrifice. I now know. When we first began this endeavor, I was doubtful we could achieve this much. Our first tributes of first forest animals and then some of the townspeople brought some of Paul's promises to fruition. But it wasn't until I accepted that I must give more if I am to rule this land with true power. Victoria will understand when we meet her in death. She will forgive me for what I did to her.
And then
Entry
as
number.
you get to this entry, pages are ripped out. There are lines scratched throughout everywhere, and you start seeing symbols of different designs with each entry as the ink goes from black to red.
Entry number 6. The forest calls for more. We cannot get out. The house is closed. Max is gone. Judy and I hide away. Entry number 7. Judy is gone. Entry number 8. Only the end waits for us. Life is nothing compared to intricacies of the void. Forest shall take me, and I gladly grow into it. All shall end in the forest. All shall welcome back the void. And that's the last entry. So it seems James might have gone a tad bit insane.
Seems as though he's sacrificed his family.
It does. Like in like a literal sense, not like in the like, oh, I'm like a workaholic and I can't spend time with my family. Like it sounds like he like actually sacrificed his family.
He's been sickened by the plague that is Paul.
Well, I wonder. I wonder if Scratch has found anything interesting. We should probably go make him aware of whatever this is.
Scratch?
I found the kids' room.
We found the parents' room and a diary full of weird things. Seems to be James's.
It seems as though James has sacrificed the family. Literally.
So he's not a hard-working individual then.
I mean,
that explains why it looks like the kids' rooms hasn't been touched in weeks.
You hear as you guys have this conversation about James and what you read from down the hall itself, as something starts to materialize towards you, pulling itself out of the ground. It looks to you in red, malicious eyes. What do you know of my sacrifice? As a ghost rises and makes its way to attack. And this is going to be kind of like a quick combat here situation where I'm going to let this ghost go first and then let you guys react. As this ghost kind of gets the surprise in the situation, pulling itself out, you see the hellish, destroyed form of Joseph Greenworth as he turns straight towards Panda, who holds his journal and goes for the attack. He's going to roll just a quick attack against you. But with your dexterity senses and everything, you're able to back out of the way. How would you guys react to seeing to what is going on right now?
I instantly toss the book to Zaldar and run down the hall.
Which way do you run down the hall?
Towards Scratch.
Zaldar, Scratch?
But when he actually makes the attack on Pandor, I'd actually like to use my reaction
Okay.
to make a sentinel attack.
Ooh, nice.
So that's a nat 20. It's the first one I've gotten. So it's a nat 20 plus 6 to hit with the mace.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your damage.
8.
8. That gets halved to 4 since this is a non-magical weapon. You feel resistance as you swing your mace through this figure, but it just simply reforms with just like it almost seems just like a small part of it has vanished from it. Scratch.
Scratch will move between Panda and the ghost. And cast Guiding Bolt at it. Rank 1. And I rolled a 1.
Your guiding bolt does not go off. The ghost is going to go next and try to now swipe for Scratch.
But can I have my action? I
Oh,
only used
that's
my
right.
reaction on
That was
attack.
just your reaction. Go for your action.
I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame.
Oh. Look at the holy users looking their radiant powers.
So that's gonna be DC 16 Dex.
I'm gonna keep the same roll I just rolled, and it was a 10, so that's gonna fail its dex save.
Just gonna stand back here and let y'all deal with this.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'll just like
It's 14. Actually, it's up 18.
18. It does take that full damage. Alright. Alright, Ghost will then attack. It will hit. It's gonna hit Scratch. You're gonna take, as you feel this hand kind of just pass through you and almost kind of clutch a part of you, you're going to take 7 necrotic damage.
I'd like to again use my sentinel.
Alright, go for it.
It's an 18 plus, so a 24.
That's gonna hit for sure.
7.
7. Alright, half to 3. Okay. Alright. You guys can take your actions now. Whoever wants to go first, you just let me know what you're trying to do here.
Zaladar, will kind of stand forth and say, "You are not the man you once were. You're an abomination. May the light of the Lathander rinse you." And cast Sacred Flame again.
Cast Sacred Flame. Alright, cool. Oh, I need to dex save. That's right. Second Flame is a dex save. That's you're not gonna believe this. That's a hot 4. But since he does have 12, like a plus 12 in dexterity, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Go for it.
Damn.
Damn it.
7, 14, 18.
Oh, dang. Yeah, he is looking very less than what he was in this moment now. As this holy flame erupts around him. What's up, Scratch?
Gonna copy and Sacred Flame Dex 15.
Okay. How does a hot 6 do? I'm rolling so well tonight, boys.
Yay, we might survive this.
You had your fun last week. We gotta have some fun.
That's 8 radiant damage.
What is it? Okay. I'm gonna take this as like a kind of tandem attack, like 2 of you together, 2 clerics in this moment, taking on the undead. Both of you summoning like the light of Lathander and the light of Sylvanas, green energy mixing with the holy like gold energy of the sun itself, as these 2 flames erupt around the ghost. And you see for a moment James, his whole figure is stripped away into the man he once was, and just looks down. There'll be no forgiveness. And is gone.
May the Thunder's light guide into peace.
You hear a whisper from Lathander, like, there ain't nobody that can save that one. I'm just kidding. He wouldn't say that. Like, yo, dude, nah, like, don't put that on me, man. Like, no. He is not coming to where I chill. All right. How y'all feeling? What do you guys want to do? You have dealt with this ghost. You have more information now about what happened to the Greenworths. You tell me.
I feel much better at burning this place down to the ground now, knowing what's happened to these people.
Yeah, so no longer missing? Case closed? Let's leave.
Well, we can't really prove that, though, can we?
Anybody get a picture?
Get a picture of the ghost.
Sure, I'll ask it to hold still while I paint.
Just that moment from like Kung Fu Panda 3, which is like, did you get it? Did you get it?
So just for future reference, here's game plan. If any more spectral figures appear, y'all got it. And that's the plan.
Panda, I love your sense of strategic thinking. Really shows that army background.
So
We only have the ramblings of a madman. We don't know for sure that the family is gone.
So you've seen the first floor, but have already been teleported to the second after what happened to you all individually. You have found both the rooms of the parents as well as the children. You now have the journal of James. You do not know where Paul or Joseph was living, because you do know he was in the house, and you don't know where they've been taken.
I'd like to scope out this
Yes, I am.
next bedroom past the kids' room.
All right, with passive perception, this is, no shit, y'all. This is another sitting room. This is a sitting room, almost directly adjacent to the last sitting room. And you see like a little pretentious sign on the wall that says "Smoking Sitting Room."
Oh. Well then.
And there is an open box of cigars.
Yeah, I'll take those.
You touch them, everyone dies. Game's over. Just kidding. Yeah, you score some high quality cigars.
I'll be I want to investigate to see if there's anything else of note in the room.
Okay, roll me an investigation check.
17. 19.
With a 19, you're looking around the walls and you're not seeing anything. You kind of just look to the furniture, and for a while nothing is sitting out until you notice on this chair right here you see a scuff. And then when you're looking down, you notice that on the carpet there's a rip through it. And as you reach down and touch your hand to it and follow these rips in a perfect hand motion, realizing they're fingernails, you instantly see in your mind for a brief, like just 5 seconds, the image of Victoria screaming as she's being pulled out of this room. Down, or not down, as she's getting pulled closer to the stairway. It's like a quick blink and you miss it type of moment.
Yeah. So I'll turn to Pandalore. The wife struggled here.
Scratch.
What tells you that?
So I'll point to the scuff and the claw marks in the carpet.
I see. So Victoria was a smoker.
That's what Panda took from that.
I don't believe that that's the important thing here.
She knew her Cubans, all right? Like, she knew her way around a tobacco farm.
Where does it look like she was being taken?
Motion down the hallway to the stairs.
Guess we
Likely
should go.
out to the forest.
Shall we go closer to the stairs, see if we find anything else?
So are these stairs, like, is this a little platform area or something up there?
Yeah.
Or okay, so it's not the stairs I think that she would have been brought to.
Like, well, yeah, probably not. But when you're over there, you can see in the distance there's a stairway that is leading up to a third floor. Scratch, what are you doing?
I am having a look around this room.
Alright, give me a basic perception check.
16.
16? This, with your basic perception, you can tell this was a crafting room. You see a lot of, like, art supplies in here. Some for needlework, some for stitch work, some for just, like, painting on canvas. You see a lot of projects that were started that weren't ever finished. You can tell some were done by the wife, and some that have a little bit more of a mess to them that were done by the children.
walks back out.
Hell yeah.
I wanted to check this room while scratches off in that one.
Alright, go ahead and roll me a perception check or investigation check.
19.
19. As you're you see in this room as you enter in, there's a lot of desks in this room, with kind of like a central little podium. And as you look over these desks and through the drawers, nothing locked, you realize this was kind of just like a makeshift classroom for Max and Judy, where they would learn like just everyday kind of like schooling, as well as what would be required of them as main family members of a prominent family of the town, and like etiquette, mathematics, anything that was necessary. You see that
Anything.
Judy had a very while young, had a very beautiful flowing script already for her age, while Max was kind of messy, and you could see like a lot of like ink drops and little blops as he was kind of scratching his way through everything.
Anything interesting in the desks?
Give me an investigation check.
9.
9. You don't see anything that really sticks out to you.
Okie dokie. To the stairs. Or wherever they are.
What are you guys doing?
Checking out this room.
Checking in that room? No perception check necessary for here. You can tell this was a guest bedroom that is it's very austere. Like, there's no remnant of anything left behind. Clean, crisp bed with fresh sheets, desk for writing, but no equipment on it. Like, just like an ink bottle and a quill, no fresh paper. There are chests in there, but they're all empty, made for, like, if you were staying to put stuff in. But nothing of note.
Okay.
Scratch ignores the stairs and investigates this room.
Back storage room. With a passive perception, it's very easy to tell this is back storage for this floor. You see a lot of cleaning supplies. You see a lot of like towels and cutlery that's being just stored up here, not near the kitchen or near the dining area downstairs, or what you would assume would hopefully be downstairs, since you weren't able to explore too much of the first floor. But nothing really kind of that sticks out that is dangerous. If you want to investigate further,
Yeah.
I would just need an investigation check.
Scratch wanders off.
Okay.
I'll do it though.
Investigation check? Alright, go for it.
20. Dirty 20.
Okay. With a dirty 20, you are kind of going around the crates because you're just like, maybe there's something I could take here, like some compensation for the bullshit I'm being made to put up with. And you're going through crates when you push one a little bit, and then you notice like a piece of the wall is kind of revealed that you weren't able to see, and you see like a little bit of red marking to it. So you start pushing the crate more and more out of the way, and drawn on the wall at the size that only a child would draw at, you see a tree. A red and black tree with something protruding out of the middle of it. That it's almost like as you're looking at this drawing, you can hear the screams it's producing.
Yell at the other two to come back. I have something to show y'all. And then I show them the drawing. And I say, I don't think that's supposed to be there.
Well, that's not creepy at all.
Well, do y'all think we need to find this tree? It's like,
You either find it and burn it or stay the hell away from it.
And as you're like pointing to the tree, your finger makes like brief contact with the drawing, Panda, and in that quick moment, you see a red sky, a violent sun that is far and close at the same time, You see branches of different vines, of gnarled trees and bushes that are twisted at impossible angles, and you hear a deep, piercing screech from the center of what you can tell to be something massive. And then you're back.
I yank my finger back and I say, "Don't touch that." Yeah, it doesn't seem like this is a good thing.
Nothing in this home is good.
Well, I guess we shall continue then.
The only good is what we brought with us.
I think we should go upstairs.
Do we have to? Yeah, okay.
Well, if going downstairs means going through whatever like sent us up here, I would rather go up.
Alright, you guys make your way up to the 3rd floor. Boop. You pop you guys in there. Not as many rooms to go through. A lot of things that are kind of more packed together in the hallway. You can tell this was more of kind of like a service floor. Like the greenworths weren't up here much.
I want this room. Oh, I want this room.
All right, Zaldar, you found the bathroom. Hell yeah! You see a beautiful porcelain tub with clawed golden feet to them. You see a beautiful wash basin with like clean flowing water. They have a bidet? What? You're tempted, I know, but it's a mission. We have to stay focused. There's like almost like a sweetness in the air from like a perpetual, almost like fragrant spell that they employ.
Nothing else of note?
Nothing, like, if you want to go give a deeper investigation, you can, but nothing that really stands out.
Eva would like to perception check this room.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You are walking around the bathroom itself, kind of like trying to see if there's anything hidden, like the drawing on the wall. When you look at the mirror, and it's a perfect mirror, totally fine. Everything about it is beautiful and pristine. And you run your fingers across it, and you get another one of those moments where you see Joseph standing in front of the mirror with this insane grin as he just slams his fist into it, shattering it against the wall, blood pouring down his own hands as he begins to draw symbols all over the mirror. And then the mirror's fine. Alright, Panda.
I want to check out this room.
Alright. You have found a glorified broom cupboard.
Nice.
That's right. All of the brooms you could ever want are in this room. Brooms, mops, sweepers, dustpans. They're all here, baby. Anything you
And
want,
Nimbus
you can
2000.
take.
Do any of the rooms fly?
One way to find out.
I'm going to roll this d20. If I roll a nat 20, I'll see how nice I am. That's a nat 1. All of them are broken. They're all broken brooms. They look pristine. They're not pristine.
I guess I'll investigate for anything cooler.
Alright, give me an investigation check.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20?
Well, actually, that's a 24. I can't count.
24? You paw around everywhere in this room. You try to get every aspect of the wall. Even against your better judgment, you start just touching random objects to see if you get that same feeling from downstairs. There is nothing in this room. Which is kind of a relief. Scratch, what do you got?
investigating this room down here.
All right. Give me perception or investigation.
14
14.
perception.
Perception. As you are looking around at first, you're just like, you passed by those other bedrooms and you saw that they weren't as used. They had that kind of same look to them as the ones downstairs. But this room, as you are in, you can tell it's recently been used. That the bed is unmade. That you see that there are kind of papers strewn about and the markings of someone that has recently been in here. And that's when it hits you. This is most likely Paul's room. Or Joseph's room.
Calls out to the others that I think I found Joseph's room.
I acknowledge the call out, but keep checking storage rooms anyways.
Yeah, I'll join Scratch and start investigating the room.
Alright, both of you give me investigation check. And tell me like where in the room you're looking. Because it's like a situation where you see it's the room, and then you see it also had an adjoining balcony.
I'm searching under the bed and I got a 3.
Okay.
I got 18.
Okay, let's start with that 3 first, because it was a 3. You're looking under the bed. You're afraid. You're unsettled. Memories are flashing through your head. The memories you never want to remember. And to really make this worse, you find a very, very, very crusty sock.
Screams, then gets a hold of himself.
You would
I
have
like
rather
hear
have found a spider, but you didn't roll high enough for a spider.
I like hear the scream from down the hallway, and I think to myself, that one sounded different than the screams from earlier.
Zal, where are you looking with your 18?
In the main room.
In the main room? Then 18. Let's see. It is high enough, but I'm trying to like how would be the best way to explain it. So you first start, like you see that Scratch starts looking at the bed and you're like, okay, fine. And at first you're pitting around the desk and you're thinking to yourself like, I don't know what he would maybe write down for a situation like this. When you get kind of like a pulse in your head, like a little, just a ding, something that is like reaching out to you, but nothing that is trying to speak to you. And with that, you turn to the closet, and you see, as you approach it and you touch it, a red violent light erupts from a symbol that is secretly carved into it, where you see like a different version of that tree, a more kind of intricate religious iconography version of that photo or that picture just expand. And then you see what should have been a closet rip open as an entryway into vast darkness opens with a cold breeze coming towards you. And instead of tile or flooring, wood, anything for a home, you see a dirt path that is leading down, deeper in.
I'll look over to Scratch. Are you seeing this too?
Scratch stepped away for a second.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And I'll yell out for Panda. You need to come quickly.
I'm like chest deep in this chest right here, and I scramble my way down the hallway. I'm like, what do you need?
Do they see this as well?
Yeah, quick recap for you, Scratch, since you had to step away real quick. When Zal investigated the closet, he touched the door. The door erupted in what looks like a very dark religious symbol of this tree, and it opened up into a pathway of like a dirt road that leads deeper into darkness downward.
Yay!
Yes, that's good. Um, Saladar will look to them. Are you ready? And starts to get ready like he's getting ready to walk in.
I say, wait just a second. I run down the hallway to the Nat 1 broom closet.
Okay.
I grab a broom handle, run all the way back, and yeet a broom handle through the doorway.
You hear a little bit of nothing for a little bit, just like a handle just whizzing through the wind, and then a clatter on like a dirt, kind of padded, soft road, almost, or pathway. And then you hear the unmistakable sound of something starting to roll further downward.
Well, it looks like we can at least go through it safely.
Saladar's gonna go to the desk
Mhm.
and write a letter to Ambition of Flight.
Okay.
And say this is the last known place of the three heroes.
You definitely already get hero status. It's fine.
I mean, as far as Zaladar is concerned, they are.
Yeah. No, I get it.
And he will pin that right next to the closet, and like, as he pins it up there, he's going to say, "We entered here," and with an arrow pointing to the closet.
I'm going to send my familiar through the closet.
As soon as you send your familiar in, your familiar disappears.
Out. Can I see through to its senses, or do I get nothing?
You do have like a sense of dark. Like I know tabaxis have dark vision, so you do have like you can see a little bit further into it. It's not a magical darkness that has taken over this pathway. Just seems that like there's a darkness of like the earth that it is leading into. But for some reason, your familiar was not allowed into this pathway.
Yay. Tries to enter the pathway.
Yeah, no, nothing stops you. There is like a sense of hesitation before you take that first step. Like you know, once you take this step, there is no turning back. But with that sense of purpose, knowing what you have to do, you start descent. Scratch starts descending downwards. I know Zol was following too, probably after when they were done with the letter.
Mm-hmm.
Are you lighting the mace up?
Yes.
Mace aglow does add more light around you. You see kind of like carved stone, like not carved as in like artistic stone walls, but like this pathway was carved out from what seems like long ago.
I will pull my hood up and follow.
Alright. And as if you all three knew this would happen, as you enter in the pathway, the door behind you seals.
No way.
Just like give an exasperated sigh.
We'll head over to this image for now. So, as you guys are walking through this pathway, deeper down at an incline, for the first couple minutes, you're like, okay, this is all right, a little weird, but fine. But then it just keeps going. And if anyone wants to in this moment, someone can roll me either a survival check or a nature check.
Survival. 13.
13.
15 on survival.
Okay.
What
Good
was
thing
the
I
other
had advantage on that.
What's that?
It was nature or survival?
Nature or survival?
Okay, that is a 23.
23. All three of you at the same moment stop when you come to the realization. If you have seriously been walking downward in a straight movement, even if it's just at an incline, you are well, like, beneath a mile underground. And it keeps going for a little bit. And if you were to follow the path, this is now kind of out of the way of the Greenworth estate. And as it levels out, you see three doors, or three pathways in front of you of just twisting, spiraling hallways. You have to choose. Do you want to go left? Do you want to go right? Do you want to go forward?
Does the ground look like anyone's been this way recently?
Give me an investigation check. Or investigation or survival, since that is something like tracking is a survival skill.
Yeah, I would be reaching
14
down
survival.
with my trunk to suss out if there's been any foot traffic here recently.
I would
Okay.
also like to investigate.
All right.
16.
16. Survival of 14 from scratch. And what about Panda?
Investigations plus 8, so 24.
24. Scratch, you're having trouble trying to find your bearing. You're sniffing it out. You're trying to think to yourself, like, okay, like, right is right, left is wrong kind of situation. Like, you're trying to think it through. While both Zaldar and Panda are lock on to the same thing as they're looking downward, and they see marks of something being dragged down the left hallway.
You know, I was just gonna like off a hunch suggest left, and now I kind of don't want to anymore.
Why? What do you see?
Something has been dragged down the left path, and it doesn't look like the thing was dragged very willingly.
Then that is the way we go. That could very well have been the wife.
So, you guys head down the left pathway, and without taking too much time for a system of maps I wasn't able to prepare, but really for the ambience of itself, you take a left, you curve, twist, you take sharp about faces on corners, then it turns into a spiral that leads to a right pathway, down another left to your sides, up forward, down even more, until fully lost in this situation, not knowing if you could ever find your way back, you stand in front of two stone doors. They're not massive doors of just like giant church style of like impossible heights, but they are intricate. You see that same symbol carved into the stone of this tree, but even more intricate than ever seen before. You can see the minute fibers of each root of this tree as it stretches forth through the door. And after a little bit of looking through it, you realize running through the tree itself is not red paint, but red blood. If this was the moment to know that you will, whatever happens is about to happen. Whatever Joseph has been doing is beyond this door. You don't know what any of it could lead to. You've seen hints, you've had conversations, but if there was ever a point to turn back and live your lives, no matter how much time remains, this is that moment. Your characters walk through the doors, or do they run?
Scratch is still pissed off about having to relive that moment over and over again. Gratch is going to go through that door.
Yeah, Zaladar would like to try to slam those doors open with thaumaturgy.
Right, but just before we do that, Panda, what is Panda thinking?
I don't want to walk back by myself.
All right.
You might.
With thaumaturgy and an extra slam with your mace for good measure, the three of you burst into this room. And that is when an impossibility truly is shown in front of you. For you find yourself in a room-like altar, with Joseph just standing at the front with a nice, easy smile. Hello. Do you like what I've done with the place? And you see it. There's fountains of blood just running down these walls. A pool of it that spreads out like some sort of poisoning fungus that is making its way closer to the door as color is shifting through the air and reality is starting to almost bend a little bit around you. And he points behind him and is like, do you like the door?
I don't think red's your color.
I don't think that matters anymore. Tell me, did you like the journey at least? Did you have fun playing the hero for a little bit?
Yeah, so why is James a ghost?
Who the fuck cares?
I kind of do.
Why?
I don't know.
Do you need an
What
answer to
happened?
every little question you have? So what if a man willing to sacrifice his whole family to what I told him I'd give him? Who cares where he went? But it's good you're here. It's always nice to have a welcome party for the victorious, for the truly just. And before any of you can react, he's just like, God, God, and he slams his hand on the altar, and you see a violent red light erupt in the crease of the door, and a shaking and a vibration of the altar as it tears itself open. And you see through the portal a whole new world. You see that violent red sun. You see twisted, impossible plant life making labyrinthine passageways to what you realized was never a forest, but an oncoming army of those hounds mixed with these stalk-like vines that just slash and whip every which way around them. You see tall, tree-like beings with red eyes and bone mixed in with their bark-like appendages, and it leads into a massive, giant standing tree. No leaves, just branches of bareness that point into sharp edges with a singular hole in the center of it. And as you're looking into this hole, it's like that. It's like when you look into a tree and you see a hollowed out home for just a little woodland creature, but this has some sort of mucus membrane over it, and something is moving and shifting deep inside until finally it rips through this womb, and you see a massive half skeletal figure erupt out of it, just dripping in ichor and blood, black hair matted to it with no skin, as it screeches in what is known to be pain of existing, pain for having to live in this light, pain for having to give up the darkness of the void in which it lived for so long and ruled in such peaceful times. And to really sell it the fear of what's coming, you see a root from this tree rise, slam down, and pull itself closer to the portal. Oh, that's right. You're heroes. You have to have your climactic final battle, right? Me, the villain. You here to save us all. Well, here. And as he is just snapping repeatedly, you see vine-like creatures thrown through the portal at impossible speeds, making up different lines to block you as more of these, as the vines are joined by these giant wood-like creatures that almost seem like sentinels to them. But don't worry, you're right. You are heroes. And a light erupts from the pool of blood in front of him. And I'm really sorry for this. Don't worry, little heroes. I made sure that you'll have your moment. Your... what do they call it? Victorious... celebrations? As crawling out of the pool of blood, 3 skeletons. 1 as tall as a full-grown female, 2 as small as children. Here's your family! Save them. I'm gonna need everyone to roll initiative.
That's not where I needed to see that at. 24.
16.
5.
Whoa.
Ooh, oy, 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 oy. Okay, let me set some stuff up real quick. So we have Victoria, and then we have little Judy and little Max. I really should have put a trigger warning for this one, shouldn't I? All right, let's see.
Well, we found the family. We can go now.
Mm-hmm. Case closed.
That's all we were commissioned for.
Okay, let's see. Writing down initiative order. Panda, what did you say you got?
24.
Scratch, what did you get?
16.
And you got a 5, Zal?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Joseph didn't do much better than you, so don't worry. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Alright. Panda, you're at the top of the order.
I guess what I will do is 5, 10, 15, 20, move there, and then just hold my action because there's not really anything I can do.
Okay. Just note when looking at this room, like these like things here, they are pillars.
Okay.
Those are full pillars into the room. All right. Next up are going to be these vine-like creatures. They're going to make their way closer to each of you, and they are also just going to hold and post up right there. Then you see the remnants of the last of the Greenworth start crawling their way closer to you guys. Post them up with their movement about right there. And then it's going to be Scratch's turn.
Scratch is going to move. In front of Panda. Is going to cast Sacred Flame That is a Dex 15 against.
Okay, go ahead and roll. Or no, it's a dex save.
Yeah, 15.
He does save. You see, like, as you throw this sacred flame out, the vines, it's like creatures that are vines wrapped together to make up like a stalk of vines. And as soon as the flame shoots toward them, they unravel and twist around the flame, making a pathway to where they are not harmed as the flame dissipates. Alright, it's going to be the wooden creatures next. They are just going to line up closer to their stalks and hold there as well. And then Joe is going to, with an insane laughter, he casts Fly on himself, and you see as, like, the human you saw is just stripped away, and you just see a black outline robed figure of just inside is just a hellish amalgamation of flesh and bark that is completely taken over his face. And from behind, you see roots just rip violently out of his back, twisting around until they create these outstretched, like almost like bat wings, with almost poison leaves that grow around it to give it its levitation, as he flies and descends over the pool in front of you, preparing for his next action. And then to end the order, we've got Saul.
I'm gonna post up next to the gents here. Why can't I? Oh, the wrong tool. Sorry. Although, not a gent, a lady as a gent in disguise.
You don't know that, though.
I don't know that.
You don't know that.
Well, I know that. Zaladar does not. And I am going to cast Magic Circle on us.
Ooh, could you read that spell description out?
So, Magic Circle, you create a 10-foot radius, 20-foot tall cylinder of magical energy centered on a point on the ground that you can see within range. Glowing runes appear wherever the circle intersects with the floor or other surface. Choose one or more of the following types of creatures: celestials, elementals, fays, fiends, or undead. The circle affects the creature of the chosen type in the following ways. The creature can't willingly enter the circle or cylinder by any non-magical means. If the creature tries to use teleportation or interplanar travel to do so, it must first succeed on a charisma saving throw. Creature has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets within the cylinder. Targets within the cylinder can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed. And when you cast this spell, you can elect to cause the magic to operate in reverse, which I'm not going to do. So I'm going to say the undead.
Okay, so is it going to be like kind of the golden like light of the sun, like with Lathander? With that, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Gold circle erupts around you, a holy light. There's a little bit of a moment as like this magic circle appears. You feel that warmth of that presence of something more there that is like watching over you as you go through this fight. Is that going to be the?
Yeah, so like I said, I'll move there. I'll cast that, and I'll look to the party and say, "Do not leave the light of Lathander. It'll protect us through this."
Solid. Back to the top of the order with Panda.
That lasts 1 hour.
1 hour. Okay.
I would like to move behind Elephant Man and sneak.
Oh, you want to do a stealth sneak? Okay, give me a stealth check.
Oop. 12 plus 12 is 24.
24? Okay, so if any creature is trying to actively look for you, they'll have to beat that 24. But for now, consider yourself kind of hidden sneakily. Alright. So you are hidden behind Zal. You're holding your action. The vines are next, but they are going to stay where they're at. The skeletons are going to start dragging their way closer towards you.
Actually, let's get through that.
And I'll give him extra 25 as you see Victoria dragging closer towards you, and the two children combined now, both hand in hand, pulling closer towards you guys, screaming in what seems to be pain. Scratch, you're up.
Gonna cast Guiding Bolt at level 1 at Victoria. 16, 23 to hit.
Okay. That is going to hit.
That's 12 radiant damage.
12 radiant damage. You see a green holy fire like erupt around Victoria from Scratch's hand, and she just rears back and screams as this flame starts to take her. She is not gone, but any sort that you can tell this damage did affect her. Alright. Anything else?
I'm gonna stand my ground.
Alright. The wood is going to stay posted. They're going to stay near their vines. Joe is going to go next. He's going to cast Eldritch Blast. It is going to hit. And what happens is it's at 5th level, Eldritch Blast splits into 2 beams. And it's
He
going
has to cast
hit.
at disadvantage.
He does have to cast at disadvantage, but even with disadvantage, he rolled an 18.
Yeah.
An 18 plus 8 puts him over what he
Are you
needs to.
sure?
I'm sorry. The 2 beams lance out. They both aim towards Zal and Scratch. Scratch and Zal, you are going to take, at this point, 10,
1 million damage.
1d10 plus his charisma modifier. You're going to take the full 14 damage, 14 force damage, and 10 feet of movement is stripped from your movement until the end of his next turn. You're looking at me all weird, Oban. Lance of Lethargy! I love warlocks. Alright. He's just going to laugh as he watches this happen, and you feel that, that sense of, springy, dexterous movement is kind of just less within you now. You feel heavier on your feet. Zal, you're up.
I'm going to use my bonus action for my spiritual weapon.
Ooh, yeah, let me get you that spiritual weapon. Where do you want me to place it? If you want to just give me a little ping.
Yeah, right on Victoria.
Okay. Get a little spiritual boy right here. And let me give you control over that. Alright, you can move that around.
Okay. So I'll go for the attack on her.
Okay.
So 15 plus 8, so 23.
23, that does hit.
So 7.
7. Okay. As this spiritual weapon starts it's like your mace, right?
Mhm.
As this weapon starts bashing into her with radiant light, you see the bones of Victoria start to break apart, and less of her is there. She was already dead, but to go further beyond is something more.
So that was my bonus action.
And you still have your action, right?
Yep. I'm gonna cast Secret Flame on her. Just make sure. Yeah, I'm within that. I can do that.
She fails. Oh wait, Sacred Flame is an attack roll, or
Yeah, it's Dex 16.
yeah, no, she rolled a 5. She's not. Weirdly, that a skeleton isn't very dexterous.
A crawling skeleton is not dexterous.
I don't know, man. It's weird.
An 8 and a 1. So 9, 13.
13. Victoria erupts in golden fire. You feel that warmth of the sun envelop her as she screams, and she is gone. Just a dust is left of what was remaining of Victoria. How do you feel about that? Ooh. Wow.
I feel like the light of Lathander's washed over her, and she's at peace now.
There we go. Panda.
Let's see. Yeah, I want to dash back that way. And then just hold my action still, all stealthily and stuff.
Okay, held action. Good. It is the vines. They're gonna go next again. They do not move. They seem to be just posted there, and it's almost as if they're waiting for something. The skeletons are gonna go next. What happens when they enter the golden circle?
They cannot enter by non-magical means, so they are just outright
So yeah,
stopped.
you see these two like child skeletons start pawing at this magic circle, trying to get in and attack, but they cannot do anything else. Then it's gonna be Scratch's turn.
Scratch is going to cast a Sacred Flame at whatever that one is. Dex 15 save.
Okay. Wow, I went from a 5 to a 4, so I think that saves. Which one was it though? Ding it again, which one? Okay, go ahead and roll for damage.
Oh, I too rolled a 4.
You look, 4s together, everybody. You see the green light of Sylvanas hit around her. You have that smell of just like forest in the air as the skeleton is starting to burn. There is this shriek is much higher pitched, and it hurts to hear, knowing what you're doing. But you have successfully landed some damage on the skeleton. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Wood is going to post up. They're going to stay where they are. Joe is going to fly closer in. Let's see, wait. 5, 10, 20, 30, 35. So I'm going to go here. He's going to go next to his little vine buddies. And he is going to... He smiles at the two of you. He's just like, do you think you're the only one that has God on your side? And he is going to cast Word of Radiance at you. He's going to cast this at Zal. Oh, actually, no, never mind. He cannot cast this right now. He cannot cast this. He's going to cast Firebolt at Zal. He's like, you might have the fire of the sun, but I have the flame of the void. And a purple flame, is growing in his hand. He's gonna make that ranged spell attack at you.
At disadvantage.
At disadvantage. Why does he make this a disadvantage?
Because.
That's what I thought. He doesn't make it a disadvantage. It's like, wait a minute. I think I'm falling for something here.
Yeah, is he not considered undead?
No. Just is not undead. But don't worry, he misses.
Fantastic.
You see this you see this kind of just for him, you can tell he's just trying to mess with you using an element you know very well. As the flame launches out of his hand, it is your magic circle is able to almost shield you in a sense as this flame glances off of it. He looks a little perturbed, but still smiling. Zal, you're up.
So I'm going to cast Fireball at 5th level, right at Joe.
You know what? This is the place to do that. All right,
There's the time and the place, and this is it.
And guess what? Warlocks don't have high dexterity saving throws. That's a 13.
All right, so he's taking the brunt of it, as is everybody within 20 feet.
Yeah. 5, 10, 15.
They all have to. Technically, they all have to take. So not the guys to the left, or actually the ones to the right too. So
Yeah, the ones to
everybody
the right.
but the two to the left
Yeah.
all have to do a dex 16.
What a massive fireball.
Holy crap, the others do save. The one with the really
Really?
fucked up wings doesn't save, but the others, like, the other looks like plant creatures are just like, yeah, they're fine.
Rogue dice flying around here. All right, so they're all going to take half damage except for him.
Except for him.
So 12, 18, 21. 22, 28, 34, 40, and 2 more. 46 damage.
Okay. Alright. Let's see. Have that to 24. You see these two vines, even with half damage, burn away. The other two light on fire. It's not that it adds extra damage to it. They do take a good brunt of their health, but they're still up. Joseph walks, like, kind of just gracefully flies out of the fireball. And you can see he's singed and hurt. But he looks to you and he's just like, "Would you please try something more than a tickle next time? I've been bored for a very long time."
What about the 2 children?
The 2 children... I didn't roll their dexterity saving throws. They fail. The 2 children are no more. So the Greenworth family is now fully gone.
You can go home.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, y'all did it. You
So Zaladar says, bye.
fucked up tree army coming through, like, the portal and everything. And, like, as you guys are looking, like, the battle is, like, taking place, and this army is making its way closer to your reality as you see, like, the edges of both start to merge together.
I'm gonna use my bonus action now to take a swing at Joseph.
Okay.
It was a nat 20.
There we go.
A nat 20 plus 8.
Plus 8. Okay, never mind then.
4, 11, 15.
15. You strike at him. He catches your mace and takes the damage and kind of just pushes it a little to the side and is just like, "You've got to do something better than that. You really do. Like, I understand you have these little pretty tricks, but, you know, God is not going to always be there to save you. Sometimes you have to do something for yourself every once in a while."
That's all you've done is things for yourself.
Hey, look what I accomplished. Well, looks to me you've got nothing. Panda, you're up.
Okie dokie. I would now like to move behind this pillar. And once again sneak.
Okay.
And just hold.
Alright. Just for, because, you know, you didn't need him till now. Legendary action at the end of your turn for Joe. He reaches towards that bark creature. It merges into his arm, deep into him as you see it, like that root just go into his body, extending his wings out. He gets the benefit of a potion. heals for a little bit. And that is the end of that legendary action. Okay. With only one vine left, you hear a shrieking call as it screams out, and in response, the portal glows. It shakes a little bit, and then erupting out from these two, you see two new sets of vines pop up near the where this wooden creature was, and over here near this one. Okay, and the other one is just gonna stay where it's at. Skeletons are dead. Scratch, you're up.
Right, she's going to cast Guiding Bolt at 3rd level against Jane.
Against who?
James.
James.
Joe.
Unfortunately, Joe, sorry. Scratch rolled a 10, so...
All right. You cast your guiding bolt at him. That same life energy. He hisses, seeing that. He just does not regard the light well itself, and just with like a flick of his wings, pushes it aside. Alright, the wood creatures are next. With one now gone, it is going to screech again. These wood creatures respond to that. One more appears next to Joe and this new vine creature. No. Panda's still good. Okay. They're going to... this creature is going to see if it can see you. I know you rolled a 24 for your stealth. He rolled an 8. There's no way he's got that high of perception, so you're still just easily passing through them with doing whatever you are doing. Joe's going to go next. He is going to... He looks to Scratch and says, "I am so sorry. I feel like I'm neglecting you." Extends one of the wings out, and violent necrotic energy like ribbons shoots out and start to entangle around you. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. 12? That is not going to be enough. Let's see, I need 5 of these. Let's see, how is this described?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, alright. These tendrils of just like death itself start to wrap around you, absorbing your life. You take 5d12 necrotic damage. That's going to be 33 damage. 33 necrotic damage.
Oof.
Alright. Ow.
And by the way, time has passed to where your movement speed for both of you is back up to normal.
Okay.
Alright. That's going to be Joe's turn. Zal, you're up.
Can you describe what I can see of the portal from where I am?
Passive perception, I'll say that you can see the altar and the portal itself. If you want anything more, you're going to need to, like, if you want to study the altar or the portal, you need to get up there.
Okay. Well then. Gosh darn it. I will, go ahead and, I don't want to do another fireball. I want to see what's going on with the portal.
Got a dash action. Or you can take
Yep.
Joe's advice and you can run away. I'm just saying.
Oh, fuck this guy. I'll use my bonus action first and try to hit Joe.
Okay.
It's a 14 plus what was it, 8?
That will definitely. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. And that's an 8, so 12.
Okay.
12 damage on Joe. And shoot. I'm gonna move 30 feet. So I'll use my movement and my action to get me to over here.
Okay. All right. Let's see. That's bonus action, movement, and dash action. Okay. Pandalor, what's up?
Okie dokie. How far do I have? Nothing over there. Is this like solid ground around the front of it?
Like this area here?
Like the red spot?
Oh, this area? No, that's blood. That's
A
just
mode
basically
of
a pool
blood.
of blood.
I get it.
You could swim in it if you want.
Chillin'.
Ever wanted to be a red panda?
I shall move behind this pillar and once again sneak.
Alright. Since no one's noticed you yet, we'll keep your same stealth roll. Let's see. The vines themselves, seeing that what Zal has done, they are going to now react. One moves closer, and Zal, it shoots out in all directions. I need you to make a strength saving throw. Or you can either do strength, you can do athletics or acrobatics as we go for a grapple check. You need to beat a 23.
I got a 20.
You got a 20. These vines, like, as you're rushing towards the altar in these moments, you took a brief second just to, like, before your next step, the vines reacted, moved closer, it spread out. You feel it grasp you, and you don't take damage, but you're restrained, and you feel your life almost alter a little bit. You are now under the poisoned condition. So you have disadvantage on all attack throws and all ability checks. And when that happens, the wood creature finally reacts using its hold action, rushes over to you, and starts with both hands slamming down into you. Going to take 2 attacks on you. Both are going to hit. You're going to take 18 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
The other vine and wood creatures just stay where they are and are going to, or the vines are going to stay where they are. The other one is good there. We're all fine. Scratches up.
Scratch moves to here and then cast Channel Divinity. splitting the 30 HP between himself and Zaladar.
Alright, both of you get 15 speed back up.
Thank you.
I'm at 24. Yay!
You're at 24 HP.
Now, yes, I was down to 9.
I did not realize that you were that low.
Wait, why were you down to 9?
Did you not long rest when we long rested? And
I
heal
did,
up from.
and then I got hit with 10 points earlier.
Yeah, that's right. For the ghost.
And then I got hit
Oh,
by
that's
the
right.
big bastard.
His big attack that just happened.
Oh,
We all just forgot about that.
I just blocked that out.
We just pretended that didn't happen. Thank you
All
for
right, so
keeping us
TPK.
honest, Kitsu. Alright, so we got some heals going on. Scratch is still alive. Alright, wood creatures are going to go next. So that was just its held action from the last round. This is its actual
course.
action now. So it's going to attack you
Neat.
again as you are grappled by its, like, basically, you are starting to realize these creatures work in tandem with each other.
Warding flare.
Disadvantage, I like that. So, regular attack. He misses. Second one is a nat 20.
Oh.
Yeah, it doesn't
on
feel so
y'all.
good when it comes back the other way around, does it?
Well, not so much.
Oh, you're fine though. I rolled pretty low. Six. You're only going to take 13 damage.
Oh my goodness.
Alright. Then it's going to be Joe's turn. Joe is going to see where Zal is and fly closer back towards him. Like, fly closer towards the altar, but also towards Zal. He's going to do a perception check to see if he can find Panda, since he realized he hasn't seen Panda in a little bit. And there is no way he's going to get up to a 24 with what he just rolled. So he's like looking around like, fuck, where did that half-elf go? But sees how Zal is trapped and how dangerously low Scratch is. So he is going to cast... He's going to cast Eldritch Blast at Scratch. And misses. He doesn't go for the 2 beams, he's just trying to get 1 off on Scratch, but no dice. That's going to be Joe's turn. Zal, you're up. You can try to make a grapple check to get out of this, but you are going with disadvantage. Unless you have a way to negate that. If you are doing a grapple check, you need to beat a 15
At disadvantage.
at disadvantage.
Okay, well, I don't want to be stuck here anymore, so I suppose I kind of have to. Would you let me use insight?
Can I like get the vibe of this grapple to just work my way out? Try to vibe check
see
this
exactly
grapple.
how I grapple to better help me out.
I want to know this like vine stalk's emotional state, so I can get my way out of this. Just try to hit on it like it's at the bar or something.
Yeah. So that was a 12.
It was close though. It was close. All right. So you're still.
So that was my action.
But you still have your blade out. Your sacred.
Yeah, I got my spiritual weapon. So that's
That's not a concentration spell, right?
No.
Okay, cool.
Um.
In case you were wondering,
So
even with Joe taking damage, the way I guess I should have explained, he has been taking concentration checks. It's just he has Eldritch Mind, so he has advantage on any Constitution saving throws to maintain concentration on the spell.
Nice. I will go ahead and hit this.
The vine or the tree?
The tree thing that is hurting me a lot.
Okay.
That's a nat 20.
Sure, that's fine. I don't fucking care. Whatever. It's not like
I like this little die. This one's nice to me.
It's not like I tried to plan a hard fight or anything, guys.
I mean, you almost killed Kitsu without even knowing it.
I love Panda's approach too. Panda could get in like 5 feet to get that sneak attack with an ally, but it's just like, I'm just gonna chill. Be out of the way.
It's gonna be 19 damage.
All right, it is. Wow. Okay, this is one of the ones that was off, so it didn't take that saving check for the fireball. So it's undamaged, but even at 19, like you see a massive chunk of it just be ripped off from the force of your spiritual mace, as just bark and bone explode out from it. It's still up, but not looking good. Which brings us back up to Panda.
Okay. So, if I dash behind these pillars to like there, if I were to move to here, could I still sneak attack?
He is flying.
Oh, true. Damn.
But like, if you wanted to
You could come help me.
if you wanted to go towards Zal, you would be able to get that sneak attack.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Ruler. Yeah, I will go. I'll move to this side of that thing and attack the wood thing.
Okay, give me your attack roll.
That is a 12.
12. That is not gonna do it.
Rip.
All right, and you use your full movement, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Question: does he get advantage because he's already engaged with an enemy within 5 feet?
I usually never use that ruling, but I do like where your head's at, and I'm gonna say he does get advantage because he still had that high stealth roll and no one was able to see him. But that is a good argument to make. You have rules lawyered your way into advantage for Panda. Panda, if you want to roll again, go for it.
Make good use of it.
Yeah, it's a dirty 20 this time.
There we go! Get your sneak attack bonus with it.
Let's see. So I got the 5d6 and then. What do I need to roll normally? Sorry.
You're using knives, so it's just 1d4, but 5d6.
Okay. There's the full 4.
Zolatar, attorney at law. There's just the theme of Night Court going on.
That is 18 damage.
With the combined damage of both the sacred weapon and the sneak attack of the knives going piercing through this tree creature, you are able to fully just send it into slivers, as it almost like unmakes itself around you. Alright. So that's that taken care of. The vines are going to go next. The vine is going to keep you grappled. Since you are now also within its range, Panda, I need you to make a acrobatics or athletics check as it tries to grapple you as well. But you only have to beat a 12.
Oh, well, I'd only have to roll my acrobatics as a 12.
You're able to dance out of the way quick enough. So, Zal, you're
What's
still
that
stuck,
like?
but you still got your friend there with you.
You got a friend in me.
Do not summon Randy Newman. That is an Eldritch monster we do not need in this campaign. He's only going to play the same, like, 3 chords over and over again, okay? Alright.
Randy Newman's a level 1 bard.
He's been a level 1 bard for, like, his entire life. Alright, Scratch, you're up.
Gonna cast Guiding Bolt at rank 3 against bad guy.
Against Joey Boy.
Yep. And that's a 26.
Yeah, there's no way that misses. So roll that sweet, beautiful damage.
24 radiant damage.
Damn.
That same. I mean, we all know what Sylvanus' light looks like now. As he casts guiding bolt towards it, you see that Joseph tries to fold his wings in to create a protective shield, but it blasts through with such intensity and to a fire to it that you see scorch marks now around his robe from where he was struck. He is he's not close to dead, but he is looking a little bit injured now. All right. Anything like bonus action wise?
No, I'm good. I'm going to hide here.
And then yes, with guiding bolt, whoever attacks against him has advantage. All right. Wood creatures are going to go next. There's nobody in this area, so they stay still, but they do scream as they do to summon a new one to replace one destroyed. It appears right next to the vine. He does not make a move until his next action, though. And then it's going to be Joe. Let's see. Joe, now seeing Panda, is going to fly around this way, and he is going to cast... What's he going to cast? He's going to cast Mind Sliver. You feel Panda, like, as he looks into you, his eyes glow with a malicious red light, and you hear a screeching in your earlobes as it starts making its way deeper into your mind like a jagged blade trying to pierce through. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
That is a 24.
24. You are able, you wince, and there's a little bit of moment where you think you might bleed, but you cast out this feeling, and you see Joe recoil a little bit from being cast out. But you take no damage that round. Let's see. And Zal, you're up.
Oh dear.
You could also try to attack it, even though you're grappled.
Yeah, so I'm gonna use my bonus action to attack Joe again.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back to my nice dice. Not nice this time. I used up all of the nice. So, let's just go ahead and say that that's probably not gonna hit. 12.
12 is not going to hit.
Yeah, I didn't think it would.
Without even looking, his wings just slap the thing away, just like... as he looks into your desperate eyes, just like, you could have just run.
Nah, I'm gonna smack the viney thing.
Go for it.
Still at disadvantage, yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, actually, it's so weird. When you're restrained, you have more of an advantage against... I really like it. I really like it.
A 14 and a 16. So 20.
I'm shocked you've discovered my secret now. As you don't even roll damage, you get around and you, just with one mighty swing, with all your might, still poison, you smash into this vine. And it's almost like some sort of spell is broken, and all the vines just crumble into separate little vines that are dead, old, and crumble into dust. And you are now unrestrained.
Fantastic. But I'm still poisoned.
Oh, that spiritual weapon that you attacked with Joe. Scratch pointed out that attack should have had advantage because he used guiding bolt against Joe.
Oh, true. I don't remember.
The first roll was a 14. You said, I think, or like you said like a 12.
I think it's 12.
Yeah, I got. Well, no, I rolled 2 dice, but I took the lower. I don't remember what the other one was. It was a 4 was one of them. I don't remember what the other one was.
that's right. It was disadvantage in that. Well, no,
Yeah, it was-
we're talking about the
yeah,
sacred weapon.
that's what the sacred weapon. I rolled a disadvantage because everything's at disadvantage, and I took the lowest of the two,
that's
which
right,
was a
that's right.
4 plus 8, which is
Yeah,
12.
yeah,
I don't remember. I don't remember what the first dice was. You want
Got
me
it,
to just roll
got it.
another one to see, or
Yeah, I'll give it to you. I've messed around with y'all enough this round.
6. So that would have been a 14.
Still not going to be enough.
Thank you, but sorry, Kitsu.
Alright. Zal, you are unrestrained. Back up. Panda, you're up.
Panda is up. Okay. I will move to this side of the pillar. I kind of like up against that edge.
I like it. Are you going to stealth again?
Yep.
Roll me that stealth check.
That is a 12 plus another 12 is 24 again. What is with 24 at me today?
You're a 24 type of guy, it seems. I'm over here just like finally just looked at chat and someone was just like they did the hydrate regime. I'm like, yes, please give me water. I just need water at this point. I've been talking for too damn long.
Everybody hydrate.
Alright, 24 stealth check. I'm gonna go ahead and roll for that wooden creature near you, just since you were so close to it.
Mm-hmm.
He rolled a 17, but his perception is not high enough to get him to a 24.
Cool.
Alright. Panda's good. Vines, they're going to summon another one, as they do when one is lost. The Screech, the growing vines, and a new enemy appears. The situation with this enemy, though, is when they realize that a life force is within their reach, it instantly reacts. Panda, I do need you to make a acrobatics check.
Okay.
You only have to beat a 13.
I got a 23.
Panda, for a moment, you were deep in the shadows. You felt safe. This vine monster just erupts out of the ground, instantly senses you, and lashes out. You do a quick backflip out of the way, just as dexterous as possible, to try and avoid its tendrils, and are able to escape. Scratch is next.
Scratch is going to pray and cast Guiding Bolt at Big Bad Guy, who I'll remember his name when he's dead.
It's the only time.
15.
15? That is not going to hit. Ty goes to the defender.
Oh.
Alright. Wood creatures are next. Nobody is grappled, so they do not make any movement. They just hold their action. Joe is going to go next. He is going to... What will Joe do in this situation? Joe is going to fly over to the altar. He's going to drop his fly spell. You see the wings disappear from around him. As he starts plunging his hands into, like, you think the altar is solid for a little bit. He plunges his hands within it and starts pulling something out of it as he starts gaining back energy, and is going to have an opportunity to roll a recharge to regain a spell slot he's lost. And he fails. He is not able to get that spell slot back.
Thank goodness.
Alright. Zal, you're up.
I'm going to cast Lesser Restoration on myself and get rid of the poison condition.
Poison condition gone.
And I'm going to use my bonus action to attempt to smack him with my spiritual weapon again.
Okay.
Let's see here. 23.
23. That does hit. I was about to be like, does that hit? And I was like, wait, I just told them basically what his AC is.
That is the full brunt of it, so 12 damage.
He is starting to look more and more damaged. You see him actually look angry at this spiritual weapon as he's kind of trying to defend himself as it floats around him. And with that, he doesn't use them often unless in times of intense stress. Is that the end of your action?
Yes.
He casts he uses the legendary action, and instant danger sense teleportation puts him over here on the side of the map. Alright, Zol, you're up.
I will stay where I am.
Oh, wait.
and
Movement.
I'm good.
I was just asking if you wanted to do any movement. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to stay where I am.
Okay. And then...
And I don't have any
Yeah, okay.
anything else.
Cool. Panda!
I'm gonna sneak attack the vines in front of me.
Okay.
It is a 13 plus 4, 17.
Hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
2 plus 7 is 9. Plus 4 is 13. Plus 4 is 17.
17. Cool. One-time sneak attack does not work in your favor. You slash through these vines, and you feel a sense of satisfaction as you do. And when you slice through with a slashing attack like that, they split into 3 more vine stalks
Oh.
around you. That guy, I like him right there. All right, cool. Do you do anything else?
Yeah, I would like to. What's it called? There's something. Yeah, I would like to cunning action to disengage, and then move back here.
Beautiful. Out of the way. Cool. So now we have 6 vine stalks, 3 of the wooden creatures. Okay. The vines would be next. They're gonna just go ahead and hold their actions. No skeletons. Scratch, you're up.
I am going to touch myself, cure wounds at 2nd level.
Phrasing.
Perfect phrasing. That was the
16
right. What? Don't healing touch yourself every day or what? What? You're not into that?
16 HP returned.
All right.
Lathandra's watching.
That dirty
That's what
god.
makes it better.
I feel a sense of relief after touching myself.
Oh my
and that's
god,
my action
everyone's
over.
giving me like the hydrate. Yes, thank you. I needed that. Okay. What did you say, Scratch?
And feeling a sense of relief after touching himself. That's his action over.
Okay. The wood creatures are going to go next. No one within range for now. It does. Well, they don't really work in a sense where like they go after someone. So Zol, you see it like stare at you, but it doesn't move towards you. Joe is going to go next. He is going to aim towards Try to get some line of sight on Zal, but I don't think he can with where Zal's at. Get to the center of the moat. Yeah, he wouldn't be able to get line of sight to let off an attack. Is there anyone he can attack in this area right now, actually? He might have to hold his action. He's going to hold his action, and the first person he sees he's able to get line of sight on, he will lash out at. Zal, you're up.
So the altar is right up here in the middle, right?
Yes.
It's like a standing altar, right?
Yes.
I want to attack that with my spiritual weapon.
Okay. Roll to attack.
19. So 27.
That hits. What's your damage?
Seven plus, what was it, 4? 11.
That is not going to do any damage. Because when attacking a structure, you can attack it to get the attack on, then you have to meet a damage threshold to even get any damage onto it. This is an actual, like, edifice, like a structure in and of itself. You did see Joe do some weird stuff with it, but there is still that damage threshold you would need. If you want to know more about this altar, again, you would have to go up and investigate it.
Well, that's my bonus action.
Yeah, you're still good. You're still good.
How is everybody looking on health?
I have not been touched.
Scratch, I know you just touched yourself, but
Scratch has done a lot of touching.
I'm at. What was at 42? Just refreshed, and it's now in 40.
um 40 of
63.
okay. So I'll go ahead and I'm gonna I can't do that actually. That's 10-minute casting time. And that is too far away. I will go ahead and cast Sacred Flame on the little tree man in front of me.
Okay. Let me roll that check real quick. He fails. That's a 4.
Okay. Eight.
8. That's the gold fire of Lathander erupts around this creature. It doesn't hit as heavy as some of the other attacks have. Any damage is good damage in the sense as you see parts of it start to burn away from this holy fire. Is that going to be your round?
Yes.
Alright, Panda, what's up?
I have no clue. I think I'll go ahead and move my way around this way.
Okay. Had you stealthed when you were going over here?
I did not.
Did not. Once you're in line of sight, Joseph's going to hit you with an Eldritch Blast. It's not going to hit, though. He's getting flustered in this fight as it is prolonged, so you are able to dodge, like basically dodge roll out of the way of this concussive force. Alright. The vines are going to post up like they do. Scratch, what do you want to do?
Using feline agility, I'm going to double my movement.
And that doesn't even cost an action. That's a bonus action, right? Or something like that?
There's a free action.
That's right. You can just free dash.
Meow.
Damn.
You there? And then I'm going to cast Sacred Flame on the big bad guy. Dexterity 15 to
He saves.
that dastard.
Alright. Joe is going to go next as the wood creatures just again post up, staying next to their vine stalks. Joe is going to shoot Eldritch Blast off again. He misses. That's a 5 on my end. So, Scratch, you are safe this round. As he screams in frustration. Zal, you're up.
I am. Let's see. He's no longer flying, right?
No, he's no longer flying.
Okay. I'm gonna tuck up behind this column.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast Guardian of the Faith
Oh, yes. Where do you want me to place them?
with Joe.
Oh, Joe's got a new Phoenix buddy. Yay, Joe! Awesome.
And then for my bonus action, I'm gonna try to go ahead and just smash the altar again.
All right. Well, before that, I forgot. I have a little Phoenix token just because that's what I came up with when I saw that you had that spell. But what does Lathander's spiritual guardian look like?
Yeah, so the Guardian is like like an oversized humanoid knight. Which if they were not in some ethereal form and they were standing before you, they would have gleaming, bright, shining armor. This knight has a giant battle axe, that it is it is holding with the just a big tabard with the the symbol of Lathander emblazoned upon it, giving off the bright light of Lathander.
All right, beautiful. So that's gonna post up there. We will resolve that in terms of action when Joe goes. Now your bonus action attack against the altar.
So that's 17, so 25
That
to
hits.
hit the altar. And it is a D8. That's an 8. So that's 12 damage.
It's not gonna get any damage off.
12's not enough. Okay, well, I'll stop doing that.
Panda, you're up.
I'm going to continue in my mad dash across.
Panda's just trying to stay alive here. Are you gonna try to stealth now, or no? You're out in the open. You can't really stealth. Yeah.
Controversially, I would actually like to yell at Joe, try to get his attention, try to provoke him a little bit.
Okay. Give me a charisma check. Like, not a set, skill check, but a charisma check.
Charisma check. Oh, there it is. It is a 13.
Okay, I'm gonna roll against it. He doesn't have a plus in that, and he rolled a 12. So, what do you yell at Joe?
I want to yell at him. I want to be like, why are you doing all this? Are you just angry that the Green West are better than you?
Are you a
turns
bard with
you
vicious
don't
mockery?
understand. You think this is about the Green West? Do you not see what I have built? Like, fully starts monologuing about his greatness and, like, the journey his master put him on for all these years to lead to this moment. To be
I yell, I bet you didn't even build that portal.
You don't understand. I am the Herald. That's good. So he's now distracted. Scratch, you're up.
I'm going to move up to the altar.
Okay.
And I'm going to look at it.
All right.
What the hell are we dealing with?
You get a choice here. You can either make well, so you can either try to make a good religion check or an excellent investigation check.
Well, seeing as I have 0 in both, it's going to be religion.
How does a cleric have 0 in religion?
19.
Damn. Okay.
Yes, what sort of cleric has nothing in religion?
Someone who did not set out to be a cleric.
Time stops. Those moments in your life when you know things are going at such a fast pace, you don't know what holds in tomorrow. You don't know if you will even make it to the next breath. You see everything slow as you look at this altar. You see this blood red stone that even the chips from just the minor types of damage that Zal was doing is just healing away easily. So you find out that there's no way to destroy this. But with that high roll of a religion, you remember a word that stuck out, or a phrase that stuck out to you in James's journal. Sacrifice is power. Sacrifice has always been powerful to the religious, to the zealots, to the insane, to any form of life. Sacrifice always exists. But sacrifice works both ways. If sacrifice is needed to open a portal, sacrifice can be used to close a portal. You see on the altar a hellish dagger made of wood and bone and with a pommel of an unknown stone. You look towards your companions desperately fighting for the future. You look at the insane, unhuman Joe now and what he has become. You look back at your hands and the dagger. What does Scratch do in this moment? What does Eclipse of the Moon do in this moment?
Takes up the dagger. And attacks Joe with it when they get the chance.
Back into battle we go. Alright, go for the attack.
I can't reach right now. There's a slight distance problem here.
I mean, you could throw it if you want to. I mean, if you're really gonna... Maybe you can throw it.
I feel like holding onto the dagger is going to be a key part here, because if he picks it up and starts using it...
Well, it's not the dagger, it's the dagger and the altar. The two need to be together. So I know what you're trying to do. You're gonna need to get Joe to that altar.
I am going to use my actor to mimic the sound of Herb and call him a rotten little shit who doesn't know what's good for him.
He turns to you, he's like, my father, who I burned alive in his own house, had better insults than that, and I was only 12.
Yeah, but look what I got. Hee hee. Waves a dagger at him.
You see there's a moment of fear, but then as you, like, wave it towards him, he's just like, oh, okay, cool. Alright, fine. Alright, wood creatures are going to stay where they are. Joe is going to go next. Joe is going to get his moment. Joe, reaching into the blood that feeds the altar, gets his recharge off. I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw again for me, Scratch.
5.
5! That's not going to do it.
Don't forget that Joe has something stood next to him.
That he does.
I like how we've just resorted to, like, berating Joe. Call him names. Emotional damage.
You're going to take 38 necrotic damage.
Joe needs to make dexterity saving throw as well.
Dexterity saving throw. Joe misses his dexterity saving throw.
So he will take 20 radiant damage.
Alright, he's fine.
Scratch is down to 2.
Alright. Zol, you're up. Oh, wait, sorry. There you go. Now it's your turn.
Okay, what was that? Let me see.
If you're trying to move to where the altar is, you would just need to give me an athletics check to see if you can make that jump. If you're trying to go that route.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Gonna do some healing. So I'm gonna do a mass cure wounds.
Okay.
Which will end up affecting both Scratch and I. For so 3d8 plus 4. Where do the 8s go? Eight, 7, and 4. 19. 23.
3. Alright.
So, Scratch, take back 23 healing.
Thank you.
And I will go ahead and try to hit Joe with my spiritual weapon again here.
Okay.
22. Does that hit? I don't remember if that hits or not.
Are you trying to hit the altar?
No, Joe.
With the spirit, you can move it over to where Joe's at?
Oh, I thought. Sorry, that was a measure. Okay. Is a 22 hit?
Wait, spiritual weapons get 40 feet of movement?
60. Oh, no, I can move it up to 20 feet. Sorry. I was reading range 60 feet. That's for original casting. Let me move back where it was. My bad. I'll move it near to him. And that is it for me.
Alright. Legendary action. At the end of your turn for Joe, he is going to teleport to this side of the map.
Yeah, damn.
Alright. Panda, you're up.
Uh. Big sad. Can't make it back inside the circle. Let's see. I will move myself over here
Okay.
and just like keep shouting
While
mean
you're
things at
doing
him.
that, since you're not being stealthy in that sense, you do activate the vines. You're going to make an acrobatics check for
Okay,
grapple. You need to beat a 21.
I got a 30.
30? You're fine. Alright. And if you're going to keep shouting at him, we're going to re-roll charisma checks. Okay.
I got a 21.
He got a 18. So you're still kind of goading him, but at this point it's lessening its effect.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Scratch, what do you want to do?
Gonna take the dagger to the portal and see what happens if I drop it on the other side of the portal.
It is now on the other side of the portal.
Well, that didn't work. Scratch is gonna heal himself.
Alright.
Gonna touch himself. Or
But as you are looking across the portal, the army is much closer than it was before. And you can see its roots as this tree is climbing closer towards y'all, that root edges closer with each step to be able to reach towards that portal.
heal myself for 10. And yes, take up the dagger again.
Okay.
Just reach through. Excuse me. Drop this.
Sorry.
Alright. Joe is
Back
going
to
to
Joe.
make his way to these two. He is going to grab both of the vine stalks and absorb them into him. As they leave, he gets healing for both of them. Okay. Where's my pen? There it is. Alright. That's going to be Joe's action. Zop, what do you want to do?
So Zal's feeling right now, like he wasn't able to do anything with the altar. Joe keeps on healing. Every time they kill these things, more things come out. He's starting to feel like he's in dire straits right now. So he's going to attempt to call on Lathander to intervene.
What are you trying to do exactly?
Use divine intervention.
And what is divine intervention? Read that off for me again.
As an action, you can request your deity's aid and roll percentile dice. If your roll is equal to or less than 10, your deity intervenes. Your DM chooses the nature of the intervention. If successful, you can't use this feature again for 7 days. Otherwise, you can use it again after a long rest. So it's a 10% chance that a god intervenes.
I will give you this. If you roll there will be a little bit of give and take to this. It either you get the intervention, or you'll get a kind of brief moment with your god, but it all just depends on your roll.
That's a 78, so that is not less than 10.
Not less than 10. You feel you are praying desperately, more than you ever have in your life, trying to get Lathander to intervene. But as you feel Lathander reach out to you, you feel something of this, this sacred altar itself buffet any sort of celestial energy away, trying to lock itself out from the pantheons around it, to where only a whisper can get through to you, and from just just a soft-spoken word from Lathander into your ears, he says, if two are to live, one will most likely die. But you're the only one that hears that.
Okay.
All right, Panda, you're up.
Okay. I now.
I will move my
Oh yeah, you
spiritual
still have
weapon, but
movement,
Mhm.
and you still have like regular movement.
all right. So I will. Yeah. So I'll go up here and then up to there, I guess.
Okay.
What's the radius on old Sentinel?
Spiritual guardian is or guardian of faith. Sorry. 10 feet.
10 feet. Cool.
And it won't hit you, I don't think. It's only creatures it deems it needs to attack, right?
A hostile creature.
A
Yep.
hostile creature. Yep.
So you can go as close to him as you want.
You can
Yeah,
be
I was
best
just-
friends.
I was trying to get very close, actually.
You can snuggle up with him.
Okay,
So
gonna
He will
move
protect you too.
to up here. And then just kind of like, I don't know, do a little dance.
Make a little love. Get down tonight. Get down tonight. All right. Scratch, you're up.
Scratch lays down on the altar and holds action. The dagger pointing at his chest.
Okay, that's Scratch's action. Joe, seeing what Scratch is doing, screams and tries anything he can to stop this. He is going to cast. He's going to cast Firebolt at Scratch. And he misses. Zol, you're up.
You're muted.
I will run to Scratch. And ask him to give the dagger to me.
Hands the dagger over.
Scratch, what is your reaction when Zal asks for the dagger?
Knowing that a sacrifice must be made, and just hands over the dagger and closes his eyes.
Okay.
I hope there is a better place after this.
Zal, Scratch hands over the dagger. Yours the
So-
first time you actually see it. It is like gnarled wood, just twisted together to make a blade, with bone wrapped in and an unknown jewel at the pommel.
So as Zal looks around, with kind of the impending doom of the situation, the horde behind him, quickly approaching, the seemingly endless battle in front of him and his newfound friends. He tries to push Scratch off the altar and fall upon the blade and the altar himself.
Right? I want a strength contest against Scratch and Zal as
Scratch weighs fuck all.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, this giant elephant man. And
So it's just straight strength?
Yeah.
It's 18.
16.
You try, because you gave up the knife, but it's never easy to lose a companion, even in these small moments you know them. But almost as if someone else pulls on your shoulder to give Zal his space, you fall off the altar to his push. Zal, you drop and try to land on the blade. And as you do it, you feel it pierce first your chest and then break as the vines of the blade itself start digging deeper into your veins, into the muscle, into your body. A glowing golden light that you know is Lathander's love envelops this pommel and starts radiating with warmth as you feel power from your sacrifice in waves push out. There is a screech and a scream of defiance as Scratch turns and sees the tree start running in an unholy motion to get to the portal, reaching out a root to get into this realm. And while the portal starts collapsing, grabs Joseph and pulls him into that realm with it. There is an explosion of light, and Zal's world goes fully white. There's silence. Everyone waits. And then the portal collapses into itself. It starts sealing and closing as these vines and wood-like creatures, who now do not have a link to their own host anymore, start crumbling away to the power of this sacrifice. Joe gone, the portal closing, you think all is good until finally a hand rips through the portal, just tearing it apart as Joe forces his head into it. You think you've won, but I am the herald of change. The seed is planted. We will return. As he is ripped back in and the portal shuts. We cut away from the impossibility of what happened. And surprisingly enough, we cut to Zal. Zal, you know you're lying somewhere soft, somewhere warm. And you think to yourself, could this be a bed? But there can't be just like beds in the afterlife. So you think to yourself, well, can I open my eyes? And with that thought, you realize you have eyes. You have form. What do you do?
I would attempt to stand up and look around, looking to see if I can see anyone that would represent Lathander, assuming that I have moved on and I didn't understand what moving on meant.
Without taking in the fields of gold around you and the wheat and the warmth of the sun, you hear a chuckle just... It's funny that I knew the first thing you'd do was look for me, my son. As if you didn't know I was always with you. And as you turn, you see the figure of a tall human, dark tannish skin, beautiful golden hair, with a beard to match with its regality, and a nice white cut uniform of gold inlaid trace threading. He has soft yellow eyes that radiate the warmth of the sun on an early summer day where it's just warm, not burning. And behind him stretches a cloak that at first when you think it hits the ground, it doesn't hit the ground, but stretches into the eternity behind him. This is the first time you all of his glory see Lathander. What do you say in this moment?
Upon seeing him, and Lathander saying this, Aladar would drop to his knees weeping. Feeling that even though he served Lathander in life, he never felt that he would be deserving to be in his presence, and is just overwhelmed with the warmth and the joy, and it's tears of happiness to just be in his presence.
You fall to your knees, and as you weep, you cannot see through your eyes and your hands as the tears just cascade. So you don't notice when this god kneels in front of you and wraps his arms around you. A being finally bigger than you, holding you with the love of a parent. I am so proud of you. To serve is always difficult, but to sacrifice for all is the ultimate test. You will always be remembered as one of the most faithful of the clergy. And the best part is now, Zal, is that you do not have to be alone in your faith in your journeys anymore. I have some clergy from the past who have been looking very much forward to meeting you. Will you walk with me now into eternity?
Would be honored to do so.
So,
Just kind of choking up as he's saying it.
feeling the soft, just motion and strength of Lathander, he lifts you up. And shoulder to shoulder, you walk into eternity with your God, talking about whatever you want to talk about. And as we cut back to the altar and we see the fallen figure of Lathander, what is on Scratch and Pandalor's mind in this moment?
Once again, I'm kind of just like in shock. I have no idea what really happened as I was like kind of just like messing with Joseph.
And Scratch can't stand to see another person dying because of them.
And to
Tries
fully
to
go for it.
wants to cast with Revivify. That word that I can't say. Revivify. That's the one. On the Thunder. Sorry, on Zal.
As you try to make things worse, you see the spells that Zal cast fade out of existence. And you have the family jewels. You always had them ready for this moment. But you feel your own God softly rest a shoulder on you, or rest a hand on your shoulder. You cannot see him. He does not appear to you. But you know in this moment, in sacrifice, there is no return. Honor the dead for what they give up, for when it is right. Pity the dead who lose it because of the greedy. And in this final moment, as you try to revivify, Zal's body erupts in a soft golden light that starts to slowly pulse and then disperse into 100 orbs of gold that shine brightly and start to swirl around the two of you. And as a final gift for the service that Zal has given, and for Lathander's belief in what the three of you could do, you get, I think it's like 7th level, like mass cure wounds or something, to the point to where you two are now fully healed. You don't have your spell slots back, but all damage has been reduced. and you are back to full health. But that's not when time stops, because the altar begins to shake, crumble, as the cave begins to collapse. What do you do?
Run.
Yeah.
Not able to take back the body of your comrade as he is now ascended into something beyond eternity. Scratch, Panda, you run out the door. But twists, turns, lefts, rights. How did you get here? Where do you go? And that's when you see on one tunnel to your right a single blue familiar feather.
I think that's our direction.
And following this trail that leads you out through it, you pop out not from the mansions of Greenworth Manor, not into the grounds of the Abandoned Hearts, but you find yourself outside the forest, or inside the forest, outside of Lone Pine itself. And then you see the portal behind you, like the opening that led to it, crumble, collapse, and disappear. What does Scratch and Panda do?
Collapses to his knees and cries.
Yeah, I'm still kind of in shock.
As this happens, we see it's almost like panning out in a moment of heartache and sense of loss. Laxum Snowbristle watches over his adventurers he has sent here. It's hard to be a guild master because you have to make choices where you don't know if you are going to lead your friends to death. But you know the choices you make are for the greater good. He sighs and realizes that there is nothing he can do right now for his two companions. That they themselves will have to heal and discuss this when they return to the guild in Freymore. But Laxum has his own business to take care of. He launches into the sky and flies over the forest until he finally sees the real reason that Lone Pine has its name. These villagers do not know the history of this forest the way Laxum does. They do not have the connection that Laxum does, and do not know that at the center of this forest stands a mighty lake and one single monstrous pine tree that almost every single root of this forest connects with. And as he lands near it, he first looks at it and says, "In all of your years of existence, you couldn't think of a better name than Elm? Really? Elm?" And the tree shakes a little bit because it knows it's caught. It's like, you know what I lost. You know what we gained, but you know what I lost. And there's a sense to Laxum that he knows that the forest understands what it asked of these people. But even that is not the only thing on Laxum's mind. Laxum cuddles into a grove, or a nice little bed of roots specifically for him, and begins to play like he always has for his friends over the millennia he's lived. The lifetimes, the journeys, the worlds he's seen, the realities. The only thing on his mind is one thing. The herald plants the seed. The seed grows to call the general. The general makes way for the priests. And it is by the priest's power that the forest truly is planted. As we pan deeper into the earth, and a black seed pulsates cracks open and digs itself deeper into the continent. And that is where we will end this round of Flight Team D&D. Welcome to the continuing adventures of the continent of Kelsmare, for the kingdom of Kalmorith, in the world we build together. That's it.
Fan-friggin-tastic.
I want to say, before I just say thank you to my players, a special thank you to Queso Cactus and my partner through all of this, as we have built this program for anyone in Flight Team who wants to play D&D and just have fun with D&D. This has been an incredibly fun round for us, as we have begun the journey into creating something incredibly special for our players and for anyone who wants to be a part of it. And then, really, thank you to the Texan Panda, Maester Oban, Kitsu Sova, and Tucker Wins, even though he is not here for this very special one-shot at the Mansion of Madness. How do you boys feel?
I feel so bad for Zelda.
I think it was an amazing adventure. And like I just said in your chat, Zaladar has always lived in the light of Lathander. He's always had Lathander with him. Now he gets to walk beside him.
Truly,
to
forever
take the
be
dagger.
a disciple of Lathander.
Mhm.
And just because you're dead in D&D doesn't mean you can't come back in other ways. So you never know. We might see Zal again, but we'll see. All right, that's gonna be
no,
it.
this death was not planned.
Yeah, no, this wasn't a plot death. I straight up was just like, I'm gonna make one of these motherfuckers kill themselves. Oh my gosh. All right, let's start off with the big stuff. Kitsu, I know you are not currently streaming, but you are the master of chaos that we do love and enjoy. So for anyone here who doesn't follow Kitsu, please follow him and try to find him in other people's chats, because he will send you on the most wild fucking rides of your life as you read just the insanity he will read for you. And an incredible
Thank you very
shout out to Kitsu's very first character, Scratch on Wood, aka actually Eclipse of the Moon, but we're going to keep that to ourselves. Then we have Maester Oban. Your first time playing really with us. It was exciting for you to be in this one shot. Tell me, what are you going to be streaming? What are you going to be doing? What's going on in your life?
I mean, first of all, thank you and Queso for creating this wonderful world. And to Panda and Kitsu for, well, and Tucker, even though he ran away.
Just went off and
this
ran
was
away.
absolutely a blast. I'm getting back into streaming more consistently and try to actually have like somewhat of a loose schedule sometime soon.
Yeah, it's so hard.
Right. But I've been playing a lot of new games. I used to be purely Dead by Daylight, but I just started Spiritfarer on stream. I've been kicking the tires on Satisfactory, which is a blast. So, I mean, look for more variety streams coming your way.
Guys, that's Oban. Zaldar was a full fucking treat to deal with. I loved your creation of this cleric. I love dealing with Loxodons. I loved your dedication to Lathander. And I hope I gave you a story that you think is worthy of a cleric like that.
Absolutely.
Panda. I know, I'm never going to forget about you. Texas Boys for Life. What is going on in your life?
You know, just streaming, doing stuff. I do have a schedule, but don't believe anything it says. Yeah. Still feel really bad about Zaladar.
Hopefully you don't feel bad about the one-shot itself.
Oh no, the one shot was amazing.
It was a conscious decision.
I gave you guys your players agency. It was a choice that someone was going to have to make, or, like I said, if you wanted to go with the route with Joe, you were going to have to try to restrain him and get him on that altar, which was a possibility. But honestly, thank you three for being a part of this. We went through some rough times trying to get that first part off, and then we had that beautiful moment with Tucker, but really this was a story for the three of you that I hope you really just will remember, and you guys are the ones that are kicking off an overarching story that I am writing for all of Flight Team D&D, so that everyone will get to play in what is tentatively called the Arc of the Forest of the End. So, that is going to be it from our channel. If you're wondering when Flight Team D&D is back, it's going to be a while. I need a break. I'm tired, okay? I'm tired and stressed. You think I'm going to be streaming this week? Hell no. I need to detox off this shit for a little bit. All right, okay. Late April signups for anyone in Flight Team. And if you're a streamer and you're not part of Flight Team, or you know streamers that are not part of Flight Team, and you want to give them that chance to, network, connect with other streamers, and be a part of this program, because we're always looking for more people to play D&D with, don't be afraid to message myself or anyone that you know that is a streamer that is a part of us, and we can get that link out to you, and you can come and join us in this wonderful world we build together. But for now, we are going to go ahead and end with a raid, and we should give it to our MVP, Oban, for the choices he made. Oban, where would you like me to raid out to?
Oh, dear God.
Spoiler alert, this is because I don't want to make choices for myself.
I know. Doesn't make it any easier. Oh, dear. Oh.
Shout out to my mod, Empanadas, as well. If I didn't have Empanadas, a lot of these stories would be a mess, because he helps me playtest everything. And if you like what I do, you can listen to my podcast. That's right. So did you like it? Okay.
I'm gonna go with who's showing up right now on the top of my followed channels, and that would be the next best thing.
Hey.
The next best thing. All right, everybody, that's going to be it for us from Flight Team D&D. We will see you guys next time. Look out in all of our Twitter feeds and everything, but until then, we will see you on the next great adventure. Goodbye.